faire là. Et je suis arrivé mardi matin, je leur ai dit voilà, vous n'êtes pas le professeur, on n'est pas les élèves. J'ai des problèmes, vous êtes en période de crise, ou on les traite, ou je prends la parole dans la salle.
Ouais.
Et à partir de ce moment-là, tout le monde a discuté avec moi. Ils m'ont réinvité au bureau de la MAF Lausanne la semaine dernière. J'ai mis les dossiers sur la table. D'accord. C'est très, 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 très bien. Il faut parler anglais. Tu parles anglais couramment? C'est bon, il y a encore du monde dehors, non?
Mais il est temps. Il est 8h30.
People are coming. Okay. So, welcome to everybody for our first session of the morning. Donia, everybody knows Donia is member of the FISA Sports Medicine Commission. And I am the former chair of this commission, and I am now at the head of the anti-doping department of the FISA. This morning, during this session, we will discuss about health-related aspects. And the first presentation is a presentation from the University of Lausanne about the biological passport and the metallurgical passport. You know a little history that Martial Sougy was at the head of the Lausanne lab, was at the origin of the biological passport, and that's why we have invited the university to give here a presentation. We work with this university since 2000, since many, many years, and Raphael Feiss is here in order to give the presentation on behalf of Martial. Raphael, the floor is yours.
Thank you. You will have noted that I was on time, so start on time. I'm very Swiss, so it's important to be on time, you know. So I'm going to talk about the hematology passport, and I know it's very hard to start in the morning with talking about doping, because for you it might be like a threat or something that is not good. I rather see this as an opportunity to talk about the opportunities and the chances that are given for the clean sport, and this is what makes me go to work every morning, not to run after the cheats, but find solutions for the clean athletes, which is a good challenge. Before I start, I will rebound on what Professor Pizzolattis said yesterday, that there is a great need for a translation between what is found in information in the media, and the science, and also all the background that you have as coaches, trainers, and head of departments in your institutions, because especially in anti-doping, there is this lack of knowledge or communication between the physicians, the trainers, and the scientists. So everybody pretends that they know the best, especially the scientists, especially the trainers, especially the physicians. So indeed, everybody knows everything about everything, and this might be especially a problem with anti-doping. So with this talk, I hope that we just bring, or we try to match this gap in communication, so that in the end we can move forward. I'm not a specialist of rowing, but I've used some rowing ergometers and mistreated them, like in cross-country studies, with hypoxia as well. So it's my relationship with rowing, vertical rowing. it's a different aspect. But I come from the physiology side. I've been working a lot with the cyclists, Swiss national teams, to perform all the improvement in the technique and equipment. So this helps me just know the effort that is required to perform, know what is needed to be at the top, and all the effort when you have to bridge that gap. And I think that helps also a lot in the translation as a scientist. A short slide about the history of anti-doping at FISA. I found this on the website last week, and I think it's very important. And I think we have the chance here to have Alain Lacoste, because rowing has done a lot for the anti-doping community, and it's been in the precursors of all the advancements, especially also with the blood passport. The hematology passport was an idea that grew in the early 2000s, and that was developed in Lausanne technically in 2006. It was first applied in cycling in 2009 and in rowing in 2010. So this is really important to know that in rowing you can be confident that the resources are put to make sure that the newest knowledge is being applied. So Alain has been talking a lot also with Marshall also to further improve all the time the way anti-doping works, and I think this will also be part of the message at the end of this talk. A little bit about facts. If you don't remember anything, then you still have some numbers to rely on. These were the ABP testing, so athlete passport testing figures for rowing last year, and you see that there were about 1,082, or there were 1,083 tests performed last year, and this represents a 50% increase in the last 5 years, which is very, very important. It's, for example, it's more than in triathlon. It's much less than in cycling, where they have about 9,000 tests. But all in all, I think it should be sized upon the size of the pool of athletes that you can have, and this is an important part. So regarding all the tests, the test for the ABP represent about 25%, which is also an important figure to notice if we imagine that this passport could be the future. So we'll talk a little bit about the blood, and transfusion is not something that is new. It was developed firstly for the pilots when the planes didn't have like air condition and everything that we like to have when we fly, just to improve the transportation of oxygen in these pilots. So they were transfused to have this quality or this improvement in the flying ability. So this is important to notice that sometimes we have to look further back to know what has been done. For instance, if we want to know about altitude training, because that's also a little bit my topic, which is being used by athletes to pretend they are not cheating. This was used even during the First World War also by the Russians to train their pilots at that moment with gas mixture. So it's pretty an old story. And then in athletics, there are well-known stories about athletes that afterwards told that they had been using transfusions. The problem is that it was not forbidden at the time. So it was forbidden by the IOC only in 1985. So you cannot tell these athletes that there were some wrongdoings. The thing is that afterwards we just noticed that it's a very efficient method. So we'll talk a little bit more about this now. With the commercial introduction of EPO, you see a drastic drop in the time for 10,000 meters, for example, here. You see that the top 20 average is improving, like it's more like an organic improvement with certainly with training and everything. But the season's best is really indicating that there is there is something happening with the EPO in the 90s. It's interesting because if you are interested in anti-doping with the steroid passport, I don't talk about the steroid passport today, but you would see something similar in the 60s, 70s with the steroid use, with the performance in hammer throwing or, for example. So this is a fact. In the 90s, EPO use was really endemic in endurance sports. I think we have some good examples from afterwards, and this is sometimes the problem that people feel that science is always running after in terms of anti-doping. And I think the problematic has a big change with passport, where there is some kind of deterrent effect with the passport because science has a little bit moved forward. And if you want to say that science is far behind, maybe it is not that far behind anymore. And if athletes are ahead, it's maybe because they are doing stuff that is dangerous for them. And the fact is, and I think I can confirm this, that it was a problem because there was no direct method for detection of EPO. So what was done instead? It was trying to see first the effect and then trying to see in blood what could be found. One thing is sure, you can see this on the left on the paper of Carsten Lundby. I recommend his talk at 12 o'clock afterwards, talking about altitude training. It's that EPO is really efficient. It elevates hemoglobin concentration and it increases the total hemoglobin you have in the end. If you have a look at the altitude training studies by Ben Levine, and they have a nice paper about this, you see that efficient treatment with EPO would elevate your HP mass by approximately 8 to 9%. Then, on the other hand, you have the effect of EPO on not mammal, but maximal aerobic power. And this is a rather old paper showing that, indeed, if you have EPO, it's as efficient as having a transfusion. It will just improve the way oxygen is transported in your body and will consequently just improve performance. So on one side, you have EPO increasing red cell volume, and on the other hand, you have an improvement in performance that is rather obvious. So then there was some thinking about, how can we tackle this? We need to find the solutions, and you know that the simpler measurements are sometimes always the best. This indeed was maybe not the very simple solution, but we will do some blood doping very soon. So I brought some example with some fresh blood that I brought in my suitcase. So imagine this is just centrifugation. You would see that there is a separation between the red blood cells and the plasma volume. So this is indeed a normal blood, and you could check about the whole volume is 100%, and then you see how much red blood cells you have, and if you have, like, say, more than 50%, then there's no start rule. So some federations included rather a method based on hemoglobin concentration, but it's about concentration. So this is a problem. I see that this athlete is a bit anemic, so I will just add a little bit. So that's a normal value. And I think this is important to notice that this is a very simple method. But the problem with this method is that if you do like epidemiologic study on hematocrit, you will notice that about 4% of the population, they have like abnormal values exceeding 50%. So then you'll have to have this rule saying that, okay, you are a little bit above 50%, but you can still compete because you are not normal. But it's normal. So this is something that this is still a little bit tricky. And what we see is that in the normal population, there is a proportion of people having like a high hematocrit. This is well known. And what you see is that a vast majority of the athletic population, they have a lower hematocrit. But at the same time, if you have a look at the proportion of people having a high hematocrit, then you will find a lot of athletes in those. So it's because of training, the athletes will vastly have like low hematocrit, but some of them will still keep very high values. Very tasty. So, what was then further done to tackle this was the work done by the Australian group, putting up some kind of calculation of an off score. What is happening when you are doing an EPO treatment and then you stop? You will see a drastic drop in the reticulocytes. And again, I will not talk too much about this, because the problem is that if you do like microdose treatment of EPO all the time, you will likely not see any drop in the reticulocytes, and you will be able to keep like normal value all the time. So this is a problem to know when you're testing the athletes and what you are measuring at what moment, and you rather better look at your numbers correctly to make sure that you are not doing any mistake. What is needed at the base of the whole is that you need a robust parameter to evaluate. Because if you have this key value that you know that is very sensitive, not to training, not to altitude training, not to heat training, not to dehydration, but only to doping, then it's a very good marker. The problem is that the fact that there are many confounding factors. So we came out with this paper very recently, with measurements done in athletics again, and this is some kind of giving an update on the reference values for hemoglobin. And this is interesting because this is a 2018 paper based on numbers from 2011, but the previous reference values, it's, I must say, it was not surprising, but they are about 10% lower, or 8%. So the previous reference values for athletes were about 145, 48 for the males, and about 130 for the females. Then, if you look further, you will see that if you do like a measurement on all the athletes from a competition, so we are not talking about 5, 10, 50 athletes in this case, we're talking about 1,800 athletes in 2011 in Daegu and 1,875 athletes in Moscow the next year. And this is concomitant with the introduction of the passport in athletics. So you see that there is also changes between male and female, which is normal, and you see that there are many parameters that are just changing within 2 years. So 2011, Daegu, Moscow, you see that there is a drop in hemoglobin. So this could be by chance, but if you have like 1,800 athletes, then it's probably not by chance. So the introduction of the passport has certainly some kind of a deterrent effect, or the athletes are able to adapt very quickly. And the other thing that is interesting is that if you have a look at this time at the off score, you will see a similar drop in 2 years. And you will also see that there are some outliers. And these outliers for the off score are only in endurance sports. So there's an obvious need or use of blood doping in endurance sports in this case. The problem is also that you see differences between morning and evening if the sample is not collected at the same time. So you need a correction factors. So this is very problematic, and we'll talk about the confounding factor in a few minutes. So, how does it work? Indeed, you have a first point. You have a new athlete in your testing pool, and you test him for hemoglobin concentration. You get a value of 15.3 grams per deciliter, and you have reference values that are set based on a population. So it's a Bayesian model, so based on statistics. So if you have a second measurement, then you will be able, based on the previous measurements, to just narrow the limits and reach then a point where the limits are really narrow. So you couldn't exceed a change in hemoglobin concentration above these limits without triggering some kind of abnormal or atypical finding in this case that would need then an expert to look at this. In this case, if you are all the time at 15 or close to 15 and you get a 17.3, then something is maybe not normal. And this was published in 2011, and it's a doping case, typical. The problem was in 2011, when the passport had been introduced both in cycling, in rowing, and in athletics, how shall we go further with results management? And do we open a case for an athlete with such a passport? So it was a little bit ping-pong game, table tennis game between the Athletics Federation and UCI to say, please go ahead with the first case at the tribunal. And this was a little bit problematic in the beginning, and it's maybe less right now. However, I would say that some federations or NADOs are just wondering if they want to go to case with the case, open a case, because maybe they lack the scientific support behind, and this is also questionable. So you see here differences in terms of hemoglobin in off scores, ABPS, which is a score calculated with all the other blood parameters, and the reticulocytes with abnormalities that are pretty obvious. So this was a passport or example from blood collected in 2000, between 2004 and 2006 with different points. And one important thing to say is that when we look at this, we see points from 1 to 12. This does not represent like January, February, March. And this represents every time a point where a measurement was made. So between point 1 and 2, you may have 1 week, 1 day, or you may have 2 months. So this adds to the complication of the whole system, because you need to consider the fact that some differences are just due to time, because the athlete is having a break, and the values are going up because of that. Again, confounding factors. One thing that I often hear is that, yeah, anyway, the passport doesn't work. And we were saying that with Alain before the talk, is that, yeah, this perception that the passport doesn't work is rather true. The fact is not that the passport doesn't work. The fact is that the gap between the abnormalities in the passport and the chance for an athlete to get sanctioned because of the abnormalities is depending on the quality of the case and all the expertise that is behind. And because there are at the moment many confounding factors, it is still difficult to go on only based on the passports. So in this slide, you see that still there are just below 30,000 samples that are collected for the passport. And as the number add every year, the quality of the passport and the number of sanctions will certainly also be improved over time. So since its introduction, you see that 700 athletes have been sanctioned, based not only on the passport, but based on the passport and indirectly. So you see that if a passport is abnormal, then you can go on and make measurement of EPO, for example, and target special tests to see if an athlete is cheating because of abnormal values. And this has helped to get the green lines the green bars very high and sanction the athletes based on that. So the experts have these tables, which look very simple, but what we have to notice is that it goes much further. So you talk about the 8 or 10 parameters that are now included in the passport, but what you measure with Sysmex device is around 30 parameters. And you have this kind of explanation that is very important for the experts to have, is to have a direct count of the red blood cells, but also on the reticulocytes, so the immature red blood cells. And this really helps the expert to say, okay, this is normal or this is not normal, and to move further on. I will talk more about the confounding factors. Indeed, here we have a study with altitude training. There were like athletes going to a training camp over 2 years. So we have 4 points over 2 years. This is before. That's not the right button. Here. This is before training camp the second year. You see that the effect of the altitude training camp for this athlete, because it's very individual, is rather good because you have an increase in hemoglobin concentration. But the problem is that you don't know if it's due to the altitude training or if it's due to the fact that he was at altitude and was a little bit dehydrated. So what happens with altitude? When you're at altitude, the air is thinner, but it's also drier. So you have a decrease in the plasma volume in the end. So at the end of the camp, you hope that you also have an increase in the red blood cells, hopefully. But the fact is that you cannot discriminate between this altitude training camp and the fact that maybe the athlete saying, yeah, I was at altitude, but he was blood doping at the same time. So this is really a problem because the hypoxia is now often used as a confounding factor, saying, okay, it's not my fault, I went to altitude. And the other fact is that there are other confounding factors, such as endurance training. If you are training, what happens with training? You will just increase pretty rapidly your plasma volume. And this is a fact. Within the first days of the training, you have this increase in plasma volume, and only after a certain time, you also have like an increase in the red blood cell volume, but this takes a little bit more time. So if you do it correctly, if you want to dope, then you could certainly also just consider the fact that, okay, I'm an athlete, I'm training, so I have these discrepancies in my values that are just normal. There are also seasonal variations because of the temperature. So if you have an athlete coming from Australia and being during the winter in Australia or during the Australian winter or during the European winter in Australia, then you will have the seasonal variation in plasma volume only due to the fact that the ambient temperature is different. So this will change the concentration of the hemoglobin and also the hematocrit. What we have seen is that now athletes are using a lot, I don't know, but I pretend that, blood transfusions in lower volumes. So if you have a low volume blood transfusion, this is very low volume, but I have some resources left in my fridge. Then you will just increase the amount of red blood cells, but if you don't increase them too much, this will just get through the passport with a slight change over time, and this will just help you improve your performance without being detected. The fact is also that because of the sensibility of the passport, you will, after transfusion, you will normally also see a decrement in the reticulocytes, and this parameter is very important in the measurement. So things are still moving ahead. What about the future of the passport? So there I will come back also to what Professor Pizzalis said yesterday. We need to have a global picture of the athlete, and we need then to step back and just have a look at the phenotyping on one hand, but also on all this exposome, which means all the environment and all the things that can modify what happens with the athlete. In this case, for the future of the passport, there are tests being developed to detect blood transfusion. And this is work performed by Christer Malm up north in Sweden, where he was able to just detect, based on proteomics, changes due to blood transfusion. The sensibility for now is not so good, so it needs to be further developed, but it's moving forward. And on the other hand, maybe we would need some kind of signature of the athletes based on changes in some proteins that are modified with EPO administration. So this is again a slide from the study really well presented yesterday with the Kenyan athletes and British athletes being doped. The problem is at the moment that this is still a bit costly, it's in development. And the other hand is, if you see this difference due to doping, this is good. But this is the modification of carbonic anhydrase. And do you want to go to CAS and say, yeah, I see this modification in carbonic anhydrase, so it's likely doping. This is, for the moment, it's a little bit tricky, and it's a big challenge for the NADO. So they need backing from the experts and from the science behind to use this for anti-doping in the future. So more omics, this is questionable, but this is certainly a question that we need to address quickly. What we will certainly need is also new biomarkers. So indeed, we need a way to discriminate the confounding factors that are present all the time, and this is very important. Then I don't have the take-home messages, because now it's really popular with work-life balance, so you take them where you want. You can take them to the break. I think that if you need to address this question of doping or anti-doping in your sport, what is needed is still to test the right athlete. So you need someone saying, okay, this is maybe something that I think it's something that is not normal. So the feedback from the trainer is very important, because the trainer are the first to see what's happening on the field. Then you need to test the athlete at the right moment. And then I come back to the joke about the drunk guy looking for his keys under the lamppost and saying, the police officer coming, yeah, can I help you? Are you looking for your keys? Yes. Where did you drop them? I dropped them over there. Yeah, but why are you looking here? Because there's light here. So the problem is that science tends to look where it is the easiest. And with the methods we currently have, we have tools we have. They are still developing, but what we tend to do is just to put more light over there, and this takes a little bit of time. Testing the right athlete at the right moment is key, and then you need the intelligence behind. So you need to invest to make sure that the trainers are well trained also to detect things that are not normal. You need a structure to have this feedback and communication between the science, the athletes, the anti-doping departments, and to make sure that the information circulates very well. And then I will finish with this, because I'm not a specialist of rowing. So what you see here is a lot of power. You see great athletes. You see those guys are training a lot to perform, to be the best. But what I also see is a lot of technique, a lot of skills that these athletes have to be at the top of the ranking list. And this is obviously something that you don't see in a blood passport. And this is maybe something we need to know, that top performance is not discriminating between this first and second with 1 millisecond. It's just stepping back and having a big picture on the whole thing, and knowing that all the small things that we can do to help the sport are good. And I think the passport helps a lot with that. Thank you for your attention. Now I'm having a drink.
Raphael, have you a few questions for Raphael in the room?
Do I take Carsten first or Yannis first?
Take the micro.
For the first blood sample that you take for the blood passport, Raphael, do you take a urine sample there also to make sure that it's clean, so to say, or how does that work in practice? I'm just wondering.
Yeah, that is a question that often comes. Is that, yeah, but if the athlete is doping on the first sample, then you have a discrepancy between what you expect, because you say, okay, we will see differences or changes in the blood passport based on this first sample. The thing is that often blood is taken in addition of urine. So yes, obviously the basic testing is still based on urine, but a lot of blood testing is implemented. And rowing was the first, one of the first federations to include blood testing at the Olympics in Beijing, for example. So this matrix with blood is very important, because for the metabolites, you are much closer to the source somehow. So this is a good point, but I think that the fact that you have several points, successive points, you will still see this difference. So at one moment, if the athlete is never clean, then he will never be clean anyway. But what you would see, what you would expect with the passport, is the fact that due to doping, you have a variability that is higher than what you would expect as normal. And this is a measure of variability rather than a measure of the discrepancies against the first point.
Yannis.
Thank you, Raphael. That was very, very impressive and enjoyable. My question relates to the samples the anti-doping samples that are biobanked, the ones that are, of Olympic Games that are stored away, don't you think that's an incredibly useful resource that we could actually, if we were to examine them and apply not only the biological passport as you indicated, but actually using omics, machine learning, AI, that we could resolve this issue quite easily if just some resources, significant resources, were put to it? Why don't we do something like that rather than do these very small incremental changes which I don't think over my lifetime will be resolved until we do something radical?
I think we do that, but we don't do that enough. So the fact is that WADA is putting money right now for projects with artificial intelligence on one hand, but still you have to remember that the budget of WADA is about 30 million a year, and how much is the transfer of one football player from one team to the other? So the money is there. The problem with anti-doping is that it's rather the shady side of the medal. So it's not like drinking cocktails. It's more like hard work in the lab or on bench and being in the shade. And I think Anna can confirm that this is really hard work for that. Fact is that this is being done. So for example, with our team, we are currently analyzing the samples from the FIFA World Cups, the two last World Cups, to improve the steroidal passport. And this is also based on the detection of new proteins and ways to better target the metabolites. So I think this is being done, but we would like to do it as well, but we have to struggle a lot to get the funding.
But these are token gestures. I mean, what significant medical issue was resolved with projects of $200,000, which is typically a wider funded grant? So for me, it's just token gestures. And I mean, I'm one of the most funded labs in anti-doping, but getting $200,000 a year is, you're not going to change anything with that kind of money. And we just have to be realistic that is just, just keeping everyone believing that we are going to resolve this, because you can't resolve with those kind of investments. You're not going to be able to use artificial intelligence, machine learning, supercomputers, sequencing, and all those kind of things that we want to use in that current system.
If you were to invoice like a LCMS or GCMS measurement to anyone in the room, how much would he pay?
Tell me.
I mean, the price would be the official price. If I had to apply for a grant for the Swiss Science or National Fund, I would say that one measurement would have to cost $500. That's the price you would have to invoice. Obviously, it's not the cost of the measurement itself, but it's like the catalog price. So this is a costly measurement. So you have to make sure that when you do it, you will have some kind of added value in the end, and this is a challenge.
Other question? I just want to give one comment, because for some people it's not easy. What happens between the passport and the sanction? When we receive an atypical profile, we send this profile to one expert. If this first expert confirms that it's atypical, we send the file to 3 experts. And we need an unanimously answer from the 3 experts, and the 3 experts has to give us a scenario. It means, for example, at this date you take blood, at this date you inject blood, and we have no other solutions. After this unanimous answer from the 3 experts, on the same scenario from the 3 experts, we can open a hearing panel. You are not sanctioned only based on a curve, you are sanctioned based on the opinion of 3 different experts in order to clarify the situation. Okay? Thank you for your presentation. Now we are moving to the next presentation. Use of non-prohibited medication in sports. I just give you what a journalist published once in the book. What is the difference between a dog and a man? the dog never tried to eat pills. So, Maximilian is coming from Geneva Hospital.
Hello.
Okay.
Good morning.
Welcome,
Thank you very much.
and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. I'm just waiting for the presentation to come up. I'm here on behalf of the Geneva University Hospitals, the Swiss Olympic Center. Initially it was Philippe Toll, my colleague, a knee surgeon, who was asked to talk, and I'm replacing him because he, on a short notice, couldn't come. I wanted to speak to more of the legal issue of abuse of drugs in sports, as opposed to the illegal one we just heard. But unfortunately, we don't have any data on rowing, or so far I haven't any yet. But we have data from the World Cup, FIFA World Cups of several years ago. And the question was, how many people actually do take any medication? Generally speaking, we have any medication, about 30% of the people on a self-reported questionnaire said they took something, and around about 35% took any supplement. Whereas there was no difference made between whether it was 1 or 5 substances in the supplements. And you can see, and on the second graph, there's a high incidence of the non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, as opposed to injections and any other beta-2 agonists, which were obviously all in a legal setting and not in an illegal one. Between the 4 charts from 2002 to 2014, small decrease, but generally it was very high. Is it more the non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs or other things that are taken in? Well, clearly it's the painkiller side, not the asthmatic or performance-enhancing beta agonists, not many corticosteroids. The antihistamines are all very low. And antibiotics, well, this was obviously not in a performance-enhancing setting. What's interesting to see is that adults, which is the light gray chart, do take in more than the juniors, but even in the under 21-year setting, there's not a lot of refraining from taking in medication like sweets. There has been a nice study from the Bonn, I think, 2010 marathon, where again, it was a self-reported questionnaire, unfortunately, so there is a selection bias. But more than 50 to 60% of the participants were using anti-inflammatory drugs, which is enormous. Huh? I mean, we have many professional athletes here, I assume, and amateur athletes, but this is not... Anti-inflammatory drugs are everywhere, basically. And then again, they were asked, how many of you actually have had pain? And it was only 11%. So why do the other 80% actually take it? Then the third question was, are you aware of any of the side effects? Do you actually know what this drug is doing to you, apart from just being a painkiller? And a third of them were not. We'll see later that there are some substantial side effects possible, unfortunately. So where do they actually get this medication from? Around a fifth is over the counter. Depending on the region of the world you live in, you can just buy it without any prescription. Half of it, or more half of it, is by friends. I don't know how nice your friends are. And only 6% in this study from actual physicians, meaning on recommendation or prescription. What do football players say? They said, well, actually I take one before every match. Actually, it meant a training match. And I take 2 before every competition match, or more. So I hope this is not the way you do it. Others said, well, I use them like sweets. So no one's scared of taking it. Why do they use it? Is it therapeutic? Is it for recreational use? Just a habit? I keep doing it because I think it's good for me? Or actually, is there a performance enhancement aspect? Well, there's a nice PubMed review on around about 8 good methodological and good publications looking into the last 72 hours before the competition setting in track and field football and winter summer Olympic sports, looking into what are the associated factors? Who takes these medications, who doesn't? Those were the associated ones. So the team physician does seem to play a role. The origin, depending geographically where you're from, it's been well shown in the FIFA studies. There was a bit less in the European and African population, and a bit more on the Asian and American side. There seems to be a tendency to more use of inflammatory drugs in the female athletes, and age, the older you are, the more you take. This might be associated to degenerative effects, degenerative lesions. Team physician, I think, is a major point. This is where trainers and team physicians, you're the ones recommending it or giving it off, and maybe we shouldn't be so easy on it. Once again, 2002, okay, very old numbers, it's been a while, but still, 22 out of 23 teams had been taking those medications, which is just enormous. Yeah. Which were the non-associated factors? Actually, reported injuries were non-associated, meaning the people that really said they had a tendon, muscle, a ligament, etc. injury were not the ones who were taking more than the ones that didn't have that. Was a team success a factor? No. You could think, if you go further into the competition, lesions might accumulate, and you might want to, you might think that the better players needed more, or the ones that go further. Not at all. Whether you're in the starting formation or a bench player didn't differ either, and whether it was inside or outside the competition setting didn't either. So I was surprised. So then again, why do they use it? Well, there is obviously from time to time a medical indication, and that should be the one where the athlete uses it. Obviously, minor and major lesions occur, and you can't. You don't choose when it happens to you, and if it's just before a competition, well. Some just take it because it actually permits them to participate in their sport beforehand. This, again, is mostly on the degenerative side. In football, this is often on for knee osteoarthritis. Improving sports performance, I think I will not argument that. We have a specialist in front of us. And is it doping? Well, it's legal. Should it be? So, within those legal medications, clearly the anti-inflammatory drugs are the major ones, and there are three major effects. You have an analgesic effect, so it's a painkiller. You have an anti-inflammatory effect, so if you want to or have to cool down an inflammation, and you have an antipyretic, so an anti-feverish effect. That's well known, there's nothing new about that. How does it work? It's essentially via the cyclooxygenases 1 and 2 enzymes inhibiting prostaglandin synthesis, and also the thromboxane, and one I'm lacking at the moment. How can you apply it? Obviously, most used is orally, but you can also have it in the form of patches or creams, so transdermally, or injected intramuscularly, which is not so seldom for example, in hockey and other group sports with impacts, rugby. How was the application during the FIFA World Championships? Well, most of it was orally. 3/4 roundabout. Is the local application, is it bad? Or does it do anything? Well, actually, yes, there have been several studies showing that for acute soft tissue injuries, it's quite effective, and there's a 10 to 20-fold increase in soft tissue after transdermal application when compared to oral intake. And also a lot more in the soft tissues as opposed to intersynovial fluid. So depending on what you have to or want to treat, you also have to decide whether it's the soft tissue or is it the actual joint. High concentrations, obviously, also found in tendons, tissue. So wherever you have your lesion, you might think about the type of application. What are the side effects? Majorly, 1/5 is dyspepsia, having a burning pain, cessation, reflux, gastrointestinal. But the second one, which is the more important one, especially in endurance sports like rowing and running, where the most studies came from, well, you have a decreased renal blood flow, and it is quite seldom, but it does happen to push endurance athletes in an amateur setting, marathon, semi-marathon, into renal failure, acute renal failure, because of abuse of non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. For an asthmatic population, you also have to think about that these can trigger crisis. Okay, muscular tissue. Very short, inflammatory process. Well, in the beginning, there are the neutrophil granulocytes, 1 to 3, 4 days, roundabout, and then the macrophages kick in. So when you have the studies looking at knockout mice where they don't have the neutrophil granulocyte reaction, actually it was seen that probably we don't need this, we don't really need it, at least in the athletes. So there was no, in the end stage, there was no decreased tissue healing. So maybe we can, this means probably we can actually take the inflammatory drugs for the first few days, waiting for the macrophages to kick in, but then we should stop because this is what we actually need afterwards in the reparatory process. The phagocytosis of the cell damage after a tendon, muscle, myotendinous lesion is needed and is triggered by these interleukin 6, etc., which we inhibit if we give anti-inflammatory drugs. The proliferation, just to have a diagram to see the different spots where the drug can actually inhibit or decrease metabolism. Do we really want to stop all of this if we need some muscle hypertrophy or muscle reparation? The satellite cells, if we inhibit them, are we really going to do good to our athlete? Probably not. What's clinical relevance? Well, in delayed onset muscle soreness, clearly the studies have showed that there's earlier return to sports with the use of anti-inflammatory agents, and in the several lesions listed, there probably is, I mean, you do it probably most of the time. Me as a physician, I do prescribe those agents, unfortunately, and it does help initially, but in the long run, are we really helping the patient? On the muscle side, probably there is no deleterious effect. There's a decreased hypertrophic adaptation if you take 1,200 milligrams a day, which is quite a typical dose, 3 times 400 milligrams or 3 times 600, which is an effect that has not been seen at 400 milligrams. So I think if you take ibuprofen, well, take it at the right dose, otherwise don't take it at all. Yes. Bone healing. Obviously, this is more for return to sports athletes and not during competition, but in a setting of stress, bone reactions, stress fractures, and fractures. There are several studies in mice, in humans, on humeral-femoral fractures looking into that. And very simply, I think you can all see on those 2 pictures that with the ketorolac, which is quite a strong anti-inflammatory agent, there is a lot of more incidence of non-union or delayed union. So, and this is an action that is, because it slows down the osteoblast activity via the prostaglandins. So clearly, in fracture healing, we should refrain from using anti-inflammatory agents in the beginning. Acetaminophen, which is the paracetamol, does not have this capacity, so this you can give as a painkiller without any action on the bone. Okay, celecoxib, which is a selective, or is said to be a selective COX-2 inhibitor, which is supposed to only have the good aspects of the inflammatory drug, but not the side effects on the blood, the renal, and the gastrointestinal issue, has clearly been shown to be dose dependent. So if you have to give it, well, give less. I think this could be an issue. This is a drug quite frequently used in rheumatological inflammatory diseases as spondyloarthritis. If you have a low-grade or spondyloarthritis, which is associated to intestinal chronic morbus Crohn, rectocolitis, there could be a reason to give a small dose to enable the athlete to participate, but don't give too much. Okay, clinical relevance, definitely we know we delay union, and this has been well shown also in spinal fusion and humeral fractures. There's no doubt about that. What about the ligaments? Prostaglandins are inhibited. We know that we decrease blood flow in the tendon, and when a tendon partial rupture or is repairing itself, it needs the increased blood flow, which we're going to inhibit if we give these agents. So definitely, we do not want to inhibit collagen formation, so not a good idea in most cases. What about tendinopathy, jumper's knee, Achilles tendon tendinopathy, quite frequent in runners? Well, actually, on a histological basis, there's not really much an inflammatory process. So there's no reason to give an anti-inflammatory drug. No point. It doesn't work. I think we've all seen that, well studied on the Achilles tendon. On the other hand, well, is there any benefit? Is there any reason when in a tendon, for a tendon we do want to give an ANS? Well, in hand surgery, repairing tendon with very snug tendon sheaths to prohibit overgranulation, yes, there it has its place, but otherwise, I think in our setting, it usually doesn't. I've nearly done. Ligaments. There have been nice studies on mice where they cut the MCL of the knee, and a lot of studies for the ankle joint. It has been shown that with the use of anti-inflammatory drugs, or COX-2 selective ones, there is less pain, earlier return to sports, higher loads, as in volume of training loads possible, quicker and higher, but in the long run, unfortunately, there is a decreased range of motion of the ankle joint. There's more swelling, and also more objective and subjective instability. In the end, that's laboratory testing on the mice. There was around a third less strength forced to rupture on the MCLs. So probably we're not doing good. Well, if it's a last tournament and you have to keep your athlete going, okay. But if it's during the season, probably not a great idea. So the dilemma is, well, actually, there is inflammation without healing. There's no healing without inflammation. We need it, but so should we cut it down? Well, this is the dilemma. So in conclusion, I think my main message is, unfortunately, there's quite a high abuse of non-steroidal anti-inflammatory agents in the amateur and in the professional setting. The athletes and maybe even the physicians are not as informed concerning the side effects, so we should be aware of that, and we do have to inform our athletes. It's not just pain killing. There are a lot of side effects on what I just showed to you, and so healing might be compromised in the long run. Think about that. If you do give them, probably 2-3 days is the good setting, but do not keep on going, because then they will kill the macrophage reaction. Okay, should be avoided in early fracturing. Thank you very much. I'm open for questions. I was on time in a Swiss manner.
Dr. Schneider. Thank you very much for your talk, your excellent talk. Is there any questions? Yes, yes, please.
I can't put it out. Can you comment on the use of tramadol?
The microphone, please.
Can you comment on the use of tramadol in cycling, which is not prohibited, but maybe talk about the side effects?
I think you're probably involved more than I am in having it on the watch list, and it's not going to be on the 2019 prohibited list, as far as I have learned last week. No, I think it's a potent painkiller. I do not have more to add on the performance enhancement side, if that's a question. It's a tramadol is a partial agonist opioid receptor. Definitely has a strong pain-killing property, but associated in around about 25% of the patients' side effects. So if you can bear it, it probably does work. On the performance side, on the VO2 max, I unfortunately have no data to give you.
And the antidepressive side?
Sorry?
The antidepressive side?
This could be the performance-enhancing side. It does have an action over the serotonin, so like the SNRIs, the mixed antidepressants, as the good old triptizol, Effixor. Yes, there definitely is this maybe recreational or more boosty effect on the psychological side, yes. I'm not aware of any, I don't have any proof to show you. I knew this question would come.
Okay, any questions? Okay, no questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You have questions, Dr. Seif? Huh? Okay, thank you very much. And we have to, as physicians, we have to fight against the abuse of medications. And there are many non-allopathic medications like phytotherapy, homeopathic, acupuncture. Maybe there are less side effects. Thank you very much.
Now we invite Dr. Klaus Michael Broman to speak about health, sports and exercise medicine.
Good morning, dear chairs, the participants. I was explicitly prompted by Jürgen Steinacker to talk not specifically about sport medicine in rowing, but to talk about, wo kann ich das weiter bewegen? About sports medicine in general. And so I will talk more about people who need sport medical advices by promoting physical activity. So we have two duties of sports medicine, one in competitive sports and the other in the normal population, the so-called couch potatoes. In competitive sports, the primary duty of sports medicine is to work in the health care of athletes. We have to prevent overuse and overtraining syndromes. We have to monitor the individual workload tolerance and also the state of recovery by different biochemical and physiological devices. In normal population, and that's a challenge for the sports medicine, but also for the health care systems in each country, we had to convince people to exercise more than they do in normal life. We have to prescribe exercise as a medicament. We have so many chronic diseases where we know they are caused by physical inactivity, and so we have not only preventive but also therapeutic effects when we use more physical activity as medicine. And we have to promote regular physical activity in daily living. In elite sports and in competitive sports, we have some non-traumatic health problems. One very important is the increased susceptibility for infections in trained athletes. We have disturbances in electrolytes. We have, caused by this, not seldom iron deficiency syndromes with anemia. We have kidney damaging. We just heard that nearly or more than 25% of athletes take non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, and we know that a great side effect is kidney damaging. So we should take it into consideration that there is an high risk, but also very high trainings, especially in rowing, which can lead to rhabdomyolysis, can bring to plugging of the kidneys, and so cause to great damages. We have migraine. We have probably addiction in some cases. We have a big problem, the overuse, overtraining syndromes. And last not least, we have the problem of doping. But that is not the topics I will talk about, but I will talk about this people. How can we bring these persons in movement? And there's a first question, and we had to answer on this question: is a lack of physical activity hazardous for health? And there are some papers who show it. You see here the relationship between screen time, the time where a person is sitting on a screen, independent of its computer screen or tablet screen, and the disease in this type 2 diabetes. And you can see there's an there's a clear relationship between sitting on in screen time, and the risk of developing in type 2 diabetes, the longer you take or you sit on the screen, the higher is the risk to develop such a disease. And also in cardiovascular diseases, but also in the all-cause mortality, it means the longer you are sitting on the screen, the earlier you die. So the answer is clear, yes, lack of physical activity is hazardous for health. And we know since nearly 50 years the protective effects and the preventive effects of regular physical activity. The first study was the so-called London bus driver study, where the authors found significant differences between the number of heart attacks and heart diseases between the bus drivers, who were sitting all the day and driving the bus, and the conductors, who were permanently climbing the circle stairs in the bus and controlled the tickets. And you can imagine that the number of heart attacks in the bus drivers was much higher than in the conductors. In the meantime, it's a textbook knowledge that compared to physically active people, inactive people has twice as much risk to die from cardiovascular diseases. And the reason of all this is that we have, since about 50, 60 years, such a disbalance between energy supply and energy consumption. We have an industrial production of food. So in our civilization, there is nearly no starvation. And so that means that people can eat whatever they want, but they don't burn the energy, and that leads in the beginning to some nice situations, but later to bigger situations, bigger problems. And from a point of sports physician, the solution of this problem could be quite easy, because the reduced glucose turnover in the muscle due to a lack of physical activity with no change in food supply leads to an increase in insulin concentration. The body tries to reduce the elevated blood glucose by increasing the insulin. This leads to an hyperinsulinemia. Then the energy is stored in form of fat, and it's especially the abdominal fat which plays an important role. This fat secretes some adipokines, some substances which lead to fat metabolism disturbances, which leads to hypertension, and as a result of long-lasting increased secretion of insulin, these cells in the pancreas get down, and we have a situation of a type 2 diabetes, and all these are risk factors for coronary artery disease. So, and the system is plugged in this situation. In this, when you increase the turnover of glucose, then we will have a great part of the solution of this problem. So overweight leads to, via the metabolic syndrome, to type 2 diabetes, and the problem of type 2 diabetes is the elevation in glucose, and the glucose elevation leads to an irreversible, sorry for the German picture slide, is an irreversible binding of the glucose molecule with the protein. And that leads to a destroyment of proteins in the inner surface of the small vessels, and that leads to plugging of these small vessels, and then we have typical results. This is a diabetic gangrene as well as diabetic damages of the retina. So people with diabetes get some problems as well as that they get blind. So this is a problem we find already in children. This is the results from, it's 10 years ago, but we have in 850 obese children in Berlin, we find in 1.2% all in the age of 11 significant and manifest type 2 diabetes. And when I studied medicine, diabetes was a disease of the elder people. In the meantime, the beginning of this disease is in the childhood. But it's not only it is overweight, and type 2 diabetes is a worldwide problem. We have large increases in the Arabic countries, but also in China. In China, the number of diabetics increased in the meantime up to 8% of the population. It was in the 80s, it was 0.2. And it's not only a problem in humans, but also in other animals. So the mechanisms of the fatal and detrimental results are that in the visceral fat, the fat which is located behind the muscle, the belly muscles, this formates, I call it biochemical bad guys. And one of these bad guys is tumor necrosis factor alpha, TNF-alpha, and it leads to in general, in an organism, to an so-called pro-inflammatory. Do you have something to drink? You had a drink. One of my. Okay. So this pro-inflammatory substances lead to damages in different organs, and the secret of exercise is that by physical activity, the muscles formate anti-inflammatory substances, and therefore perfect. Dankeschön. And when you see this curse of the pro-inflammatory and anti-inflammatory interleukins, when you set an artificial inflammation by instilling any toxins, then you have a typical pro-inflammatory reaction with an increase in TNF-alpha and EL1, and then is followed by an anti-inflammatory reaction with a typical cause of the anti-inflammatory interleukins. And after physical activity, you have the typical cause of the anti-inflammatory activation without the beginning pro-inflammatory reaction. And that means that exercise has an anti-inflammatory effect. And this is probably the reason why physical activity acts as a therapeutic agent in so many totally different diseases. In cardiovascular disease, we have excellent effects of physical activity, as well as in type 2 diabetes, in depression, in osteoporosis, in cancer. And all these diseases are characterized by an increased activation of pro-inflammatory substances, and these are called low-grade chronic inflammation diseases. And in the comic language, it's very simple for patients. You can explain you have bad guys which are secreted by the fat of the visceral fat, and these bad guys destroy the organs. And the only thing you have to convince your patients is that they have to produce the good guys from the exercising muscle, and it's independent of the body weight. So most of the patients are obese, and they heard 50 times in her life that they have to reduce their weight, but that's not so important. They have to be active and to have to exercise, and then they will produce the good guys, and the problem could be solved. Very simply spoken. So that means sport and activity has clearly positive effects, even without weight reduction. Well, we know the positive effects of exercise in different diseases, in hypertension, in disorders of lipid metabolism, in diabetes, in psychiatric diseases, in osteoporosis, as well in coronary artery disease. And also many types of cancer are positively influenced, of the bowel, of the mamma, of the testes, of the lung. Take care, coaches of rowing, that you have an elevated risk of skin cancer due to the sun exposition, so you should use for sun protection. But there's no question that there are many positive effects by regular physical activity, and also the economic costs of inactivity can be calculated. So we have 80 billion euro economic costs by physical inactivity, and this cost will increase to 125 billion in 2030. So if it was possible to reduce the number of inactivity by 5 or 10 or 20%. We have about 80% inactive people in Germany, and in other countries the number is similar. And when you can reduce this number of inactive people to by 20%, then you would save the money in this amount. There was a calculation from this FISA. And so it could be a challenge and should be a challenge, and we are wondering why the government and officials don't do more against this situation. And maybe we can be successful with a new initiative. We have this initiative is called Exercise in Medicine. It's an umbrella for societies, institutions, also sport federations, who want to promote regular physical activity, and the main, or one of the main function of this initiative is to collect international examples of best practice. So we have many possibilities to promote physical activity and promote an active behavior by individuals. There are cross-coaching, self-commitment, mental contrasting, self-awareness. We have the possibility to promote activity by governmental institutions, for example, promotion in public areas. We had in Hamburg, for example, yellow stickers where in public areas, for example, in an escalator of an underground, and there was using a stair as a best fitness program, and we could find that 60% of the normal walking people used the stair instead of the escalator after reading this sticker. So that could be one example. There's a big problem in urban planning. We have problems in bicycling roads. And maybe we should discuss about a reward system supported by the government. Companies and health insurances could promote by occupational health management, by reward systems, and last not least, also the sport organizations can promote physical activity by the development of attractive offers. And I think it's a challenge also for the big sports federations, because some sports are quite old-fashioned, and they could use a little bit more crispy and fresh attitude. So maybe you can activate and motivate young people to start more a rowing career, or start more rowing, not only for competitive purposes but also for leisure time. And last not least, there are some practice, some examples. How can we motivate people to participate and to promote physical activity, reward punishment, creation of consternation, and last not least, self-awareness. And rewarding is often discussed and up to now only very seldom used. Demonstrable activities which are known to improve the health state are rewarded. For example, you get a step calculator and you get a reward for each 10,000 steps a day. okay, €5, and I'm quite sure you will increase the number of activities. Another is there was an American health insurance who increased the fees for the annual fee for the insurance by up to $2,000 in typical in patients with a typical risk profile. Otherwise, they should use 5,000. They should go 5,000 steps a day. What do you think? How many people fulfilled 5,000 steps a day in the time of half a year? Have you 10, 15? 97. So the message is greed tops laziness. Also, and this is an important fact, and we should promote much more of such examples. Another way could be creation of consternation. When you show these inactive people actual situation of the health state, for example, by worksite measurements or in your practice, and you measure the blood pressure. Oops, my blood pressure. Everybody knows the normal values for blood pressure, but then they are quite surprised about such values, or about the cholesterol, or the body fat. Sorry, no, your machine must work wrong. And all this are good things to motivate inactive people to start exercising. Okay, and last but not least, self-awareness. Show people how exercise works and how they feel after exercising. Many people are anxious and they believe I have an hypertension, and when I exercise, then an artery in my brain will burst, and then I will die. So help them, take them in the hand and show them to exercise, and let them feel the positive effects of after exercise. So, and then we have the final slide. We have the stabilization of social contacts with a good fitness in the age. We have prophylaxis of fall. So many elder people fall and die in hospital during the recovery from the surgery of the broken hip, for example. We have a reduced risk of complications during surgery in general. There are remarkable data about the decrease in complications, in perioperative complications after a 4-week fitness training. And we have also a relation on avoidance need of care. And all this are factors who are worth to exercise more. And I hope I could motivate you to become active in this way, and thank you for listening.
Thank you for your presentations. The promotion of sports activity. It's not only for prevention, because we have also a lot of presentation about the role of physical activities on people who have surgery after breast cancer or something like that. We have a presentation from the Canoeing Federation a few months ago. Have you some question in the room for the speakers? Jürgen, the floor is yours. A micro for Jürgen, please.
The role of sport for health and longevity is very important, and you underline that here. But what can an organization like FISA, as World Rowing Federation or a national rowing federation, can support for such ideas? Is there a natural way, or should we abstain from promoting health?
Well, as I figured out, I think the sport organizations in general could play an important role. I think sometimes, well, I'm living in Hamburg, and Hamburg is a traditional center of rowing in Germany. And when I was young, I was in the rowing club also. I was first a coxswain and then a rower. And rowing seems sometimes to be a closed shop. And I think the clubs should, or I'm not sure whether it's in other countries also, but I think it should open more and should offer low-level offers to anybody, so then they would be probably become more interested, and that could be one important fact. And so when they join the Exercise Medicine Initiative, then we'll get the best practice examples from everywhere in the world, and we are collecting this best practice. And when you have an example how the rowing club in Rio de Janeiro brings, maybe this is the wrong example, but in other countries offers rowing in children, then it could be worth to try it.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Brahman. Excellent presentation. I'm coming from Tokyo, and I'm really a clinical physician working in the northern part, like in Hamburg in winter times. So provided that exercise medicine actually a big role, and how about the other exercise intervention using rowing ergometers? For majority in Europe, this is a majority for rowing, but in Japan, it's not majority. So it is feasible in clinical settings for instead of a running machine or cycling ergometer for using rowing ergometer. Do you have any experience for intervention tools for rowing ergometer or something?
No, I have no experience, but that could be one such an offer. Come and train first on an ergometer. You have small competitions, so it's very exciting. The people who are confronted with such ergometers are highly motivated, and I think the clubs should use this situation. So I agree that you should offer also more such ways.
Thank you very much for this excellent presentation. You showed clearly that the activity is very important to be in a healthy situation, especially to decrease the incidence to get in type 2 diabetes. How important do you see the impact of food? Because you showed a clear picture, people sitting as couch potatoes and a bit played on it with spaghettis or chips or anything like that. Especially showed even the China study a little bit, that before China changed their idea of opening their mind, they were with type 2 diabetes by point something. After they opened everything, fast food came in, laziness came in, and then suddenly they're now to close to 10% of the population. I'm based in Bahrain. I know how the problem is ongoing in Saudi Arabia, Doha, and all this area. And we see that's not only the lack of activity, it's more the impact of the, bad food. What's your opinion?
There's no doubt the nutrition plays a very important role also, but from the point of view of a sports physician, when I have to decide between nutrition or exercise, I would say you can eat what you want when you exercise enough. But that's very simple spoken. So it's I agree, and we have contacts with Arabic families who come for health reasons to Hamburg, and it's since 3 years I have to convince the mother of the family to prepare more proteins and chicken and meat instead of rice. But it's in historic, and there's one important point in this developing countries. I call this developing countries. They skip two steps of development. So 20 years ago, they lived in the desert, and they had to walk and to ride the camels. And in the meantime, they drive Mercedes-Benz, and they could not realize that the new lifestyle has also a new style of nutrition, needs a new style of nutrition. We have a similar situation in the German medicine, because how long did we need to, how much time did we need to convince the medicine, the opinion leader in medicine, that exercise is very important? And it was a biological solution, because the new generation is convinced about the importance of physical activity, and now you have a very smooth situation in nearly all faculties. Physical activity gets a very important role, but it was blocked by the elder who could not understand that disease was no more caused by starvation and physical overactivity, but contrast. But I agree. Sorry for my long answer. I agree. The nutrition is, of course, very important.
Yeah, very short. I have to. I think the Sports Medicine Commission of FISA will make more activities. I have a personal two experiences in my own rowing club. First, we have a Rowing Against Cancer program, similar to the ICF program, which runs very well. We reduce entrance fee for the cancer patients. They only, so we have a support, and so the entrance fee is lower. That helps them to do this exercise. We have now 30 to 40, mainly females rowing in the rowing club every day, every week, once at a time. That works well. The other thing was, besides that, then a supermarket chain, Rewe, in our town, wanted to introduce rowing for the simple workers in their stores, because they said, oh, this cancer is very good. They had two patients were in a Rewe supermarket. They said, we do rowing for all. And our club president was deeply annoyed, and he in the Rewe supermarket invested 20,000 euros or more, but they said, we don't want these people in our club. And it's understandable, because they're looking sometimes funny, they're smoking and so on. But the problem is, if we, as a rowing club, separate us, and that was your impression, we are separating us a little bit. Sometimes it's good, because we are better than others, hopefully. But sometimes it could be very arrogant. And this is something we need a good way how to handle this. We have not to separate us too much from society, even if we have high standards for our clubs. This maybe. Thank you.
Okay, let's have breakfast.
Just one question for the room. How many federations have organized a program in their federation in order to promote rowing for health? Which country? Canada. France, you have a program also? Yes, it's on your website. So we have a lot of job, a lot of work to do.
Okay.
Thank you. So now it's time for the coffee break.
I ask you kindly to lead to the opening ceremony and watch also the sponsors, booth that they feel comfortable, also on the second floor. And we ask you kindly to come to the opening ceremony and to listen to the warm word of our president of this restaurant. Hello. Good morning. You already know me. Beside me is Rosie May Glossin, which has the nicest name of the world.
Thank you.
And she's not only has the nicest name, she's also very competent. She's chair of the Competitive Commission of FISA, a member of the Executive Committee. And we both together, our commissions organized and are responsible for the program. So we don't want to say much here. We want to honor our guests of this opening session. This opening session should also demonstrate that rowing is in the middle of the world and that German Rowing Federation is supported by a lot of German bodies. Before I give the word to our president, I have to acknowledge that we have also a member of the German Bundestag here, Mr. Jörn König. He's in and Mr. Jörn König, this is a Parliament week, so it's very busy, and a lot of people are always around, and he's in the sports. Sports Committee of the German Bundestag, and the German Bundestag has the money and the power, so he's always very welcome. And the first speaker is our president, Jean-Christophe Rolland, and he will speak to some words of greeting.
Good morning, everyone. So, dear representative of the Department of Sport, Ministry of Interior of Germany, Mr. Goebel, dear representative of the German Rowing Federation, dear Jens, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure on behalf of FISA to welcome you all here in Berlin for the 2018 World Rowing Sports Medicine, Science and Coaches Conference. I would like first to express my deep gratitude to the organizers. To the organizers of this very important event for the sport of rowing, namely the German Federation and the Ulm University. I would like to thank very much all the contributors who have developed, I would say, a very exciting program. Very exciting program, and almost 3 full days of very intense sessions in the topics related to our sport. So thank you to the FISA Sports Medicine Commission. Thank you to the FISA Competitive Rowing Commission, and thank you also to the steering committee of this event, and especially to Jürgen Seinecker for his great implication. I'm really impressed by the high profile and by the high quality of the speakers we will have these coming days. I would like also to thank them very much for their contribution to this conference. So performance, as you know, is built with many parameters, whether it be technique, human science, health, and so, and these elements are continuously improving. It's important, and this conference, it's a great opportunity for us to share all this development. As I can see, many of you are interested, because if you see a large number of registration, I am very interested in all these topics, but unfortunately, or as you know, we will have many meetings organized these days around this conference. Not only this conference, but we have also meetings with organizing committee, with the FISA's commissions, and also tomorrow we are organizing what we call a National Federation Conference. Finally, let me just say briefly that we have planned at the end of this conference tomorrow afternoon a session on FISA's matters. So Matt Smith, the Executive Director, and myself will provide you with an update on the different, I would say, key topics of our sport, for the future of our sport, on our strategy for the future of our sport. So this will be scheduled at the end of this conference, and we will be joined for this session with the participants of the National Federation Conference. In this very competitive world of sport, obviously we face many challenges, and it's important, very important, that we can share with you all the development in this field so that we can ensure and adapt our sport for the best sustainable future. So thank you for your presence here. I know that it has started already, that you have already had some good session. I wish you very good discussion. I'm sure you will enjoy a very fruitful session, and I thank you for being here, and I wish you a good conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are honored that Mr. Ralf Goebel from the Department of Sport of the Ministry of Interior of the Federal Republic of Germany will talk to us. Mr. Goebel, please.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident Roland, verehrter Professor Steinacker, lieber Herr Generalsekretär Hundertmark, verehrte Abgeordnete des Deutschen Bundestages, Herr König, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, herzlichen Dank für die Einladung zu dieser Weltkonferenz. Ich bin dieser gerne gefolgt und überbringe Ihnen auch die Grüße unseres Ministers, des Bundesministers Horst Seehofer, der Ihnen viel Erfolg, gute Ergebnisse und gute Erkenntnisse bei dieser Konferenz wünscht. Wir freuen uns sehr, dass es dem Deutschen Ruderverband und der Universität Ulm gelungen ist, diese wichtige Konferenz hier nach Deutschland, nach Berlin zu holen. Und ich hoffe, nein, eigentlich bin ich mir sicher, dass Sie sich hier in Berlin auch wohlfühlen. Das Rudern selbst ist eine sehr alte Fortbewegungsart. Wir kennen das. Bereits in der Antike verstanden es die Menschen gemeinsam, vor allem koordiniert, Boote voranzutreiben. Und wie sonst wäre es auch möglich gewesen, dass man über Wasserwege und Meere Waren austauscht, dass man neue Kontinente erforscht, aber auch Eroberungszüge durchführt und abschließt. Ohne das Rudern wäre das irgendwie nicht denkbar gewesen. Das Rudern als Sport selber kommt historisch gesehen aus England, und 1715 wurde der erste Wettkampf ausgeschrieben, die erste Regatta 1775. Das ist nun schon eine ganze Zeit lang her, weit über 200 Jahre, und damit reden wir über einen der ältesten Sportarten der Welt. Im Jahre 1829 fand zum ersten Mal die bekannte Regatta auf der Themse, der Wettkampf der Ruderachter der Universitäten von Cambridge und Oxford, das sogenannte Boat Race, statt. Und immer wenn ich über den Achter spreche, da muss ich an Präsident Sigi Keidel denken. Denn der Achter ist für ihn immer das Synonym für eine Organisationsform, in der alles aufeinander abgestimmt top läuft. Nur dann, wenn alle miteinander das tun, wozu jeder eingesetzt ist, und das in perfekter Weise tun, funktioniert der Achter. Und deswegen finde ich das Bild, das er dann immer wieder benutzt, finde ich ein sehr schönes Bild aus dem Sport, das für uns alle, für unsere Organisationen, in denen wir arbeiten, sicherlich ein gutes Leitbild ist. Der Rudersport gehört fest zum Programm der Olympischen Spiele. Und Sie sehen es mir bitte nach, was uns natürlich stolz macht, ist, der Sport kommt zwar aus England, aber Deutschland ist seit Jahren, seit Jahrzehnten führend im Rudersport. und führt auch im ewigen Medaillenspiegel der olympischen Ruderregatten diesen an. Und wir wollen, dass dies auch so bleibt. Und deshalb fördert der Bund sowohl finanziell als auch ideell, weiterhin angepasst an die Bedürfnisse des Rudersports, den Deutschen Ruderverband. Wir haben das dieses Jahr wieder getan und dabei auch einen Dank an den Deutschen Bundestag, der uns hierbei ja regelmäßig unterstützt, nicht nur finanziell, sondern auch ideell. Das Ministerium für Inneres, Bau und Heimat, so heißt unser Ministerium, fördert nicht nur den Sport, also die Athletinnen und Athleten, die Trainerinnen und die Trainer, die Vereine, Verbände und Sportstätten, sondern auch und vor allem die wissenschaftliche Unterstützung des Leistungssports und des Spitzensports. Unser Leitbild, was wir in unserer gemeinsam mit dem Deutschen Sport vereinbarten Reform gebildet haben, heißt, der Athlet und der Trainer stehen im Mittelpunkt. Um diese beiden Gruppen muss sich das ganze Gebilde des Sports, was sich ansonsten darum herum schließt, an diesen beiden Punkten muss es sich orientieren. Wir haben dazu zwei Institute, die sicherlich weltweit bekannt sind. Das Institut für angewandte Trainingswissenschaften und das Institut für Forschung und Entwicklung von Sportgeräten. Diese Experten unterstützen die Athleten beim täglichen Training und begleiten sie auf Wettkämpfe. Sie transformieren sozusagen Ingenieur- und trainingswissenschaftliche Erkenntnisse und bringen sie sozusagen direkt an den Athleten und an den Trainer ran. Und wir glauben seitens der Bundesregierung, dass sich das auch am Ende in Medaillen widerspiegelt und in Medaillenerfolgen. Wir haben einen zweiten ganz wichtigen Player, das Bundesinstitut für Sportwissenschaften, das die Forschung in den Bereichen Sportwissenschaft und Sportmedizin vor allen Dingen auch vorantreibt. Wir haben dort einen Etat von etwa 5,4 Millionen und ich will gar nicht so viel dazu sagen, weil der Direktor des Bundesinstituts für Sportwissenschaften ist hier, wird noch zu Ihnen sprechen und er wird Ihnen sicherlich viel kompetenter und deutlicher erläutern können, was dieses Institut für den deutschen Sport leistet. Und wir haben als weiteren Part die Universitäten, die Hochschulen und die außeruniversitären Forschungseinrichtungen, die zusätzlich eine ganz wichtige Komponente bei diesem gesamten Umfeld der Wissenschaft um den Athleten und um den Trainer darstellen. Dort wird die sogenannte Perspektivforschung, ich bin noch oldschool, ich sage lieber die Grundlagenforschung, sozusagen dargestellt, die aus meiner Sicht ein nicht wegzudenkender Baustein in einem Gesamtgefüge universitärer und wissenschaftlicher Unterstützung des Leistungs- und des Spitzensports darstellt. Wir sind in Deutschland dabei, dieses gesamte System, wir nennen es Wissenschaftliches Verbundsystem Leistungssport, nochmal zu screenen. Ist es wirklich so, wie Sigi Keidels Ruderachter, also ist es wirklich so gut aufgestellt, dass wir sagen können, all die Erkenntnisse, die wir in der Wissenschaft und in der Forschung haben, können wir mit Fug und Recht sagen, diese werden in optimaler Weise an den Athleten und an den Trainer herangebracht. Wir denken, im Moment gibt es da noch ganz viel Luft nach oben und wir sind dran, dieses System neu aufzustellen bzw. dort zu ändern, wo wir die Erkenntnis haben, dass es geändert werden muss. Erkenntnis ist das Stichwort, das sozusagen Ihre Konferenz hier prägt. Ich hoffe, Sie hatten schon viele Momente, wo Sie den Aha-Effekt erleben, wo Sie Erkenntnis sozusagen erfahren. Ich wünsche Ihnen, dass Sie noch viele weitere solche Erlebnisse haben, dass die Erkenntnisse in dieser Konferenz gewinnen, dass Sie Ideen austauschen können, dass Sie spannende Diskussionen erleben und dass Sie nette Menschen treffen. Davon gehe ich auf dieser Konferenz ohnehin aus. Ich wünsche Ihnen noch ein paar schöne Tage in Berlin und eine erfolgreiche Veranstaltung. Dankeschön.
Yeah, sorry that we have no simultaneous translation, but I just summarize Mr. Goebel started with the origins of rowing, which is one of the oldest transport areas of transport. And he mentioned then the British achievement with the first rowing regatta, 1829, the boat race. And he mentioned that working together in a boat and in the aid is something which is a mentality which characterizes the sport, and also is a little bit also the German mentality, which also is very proud of the aid and the achievements we do together. Okay, we love to be the first, but it's the process is the most important thing, he told us. But he will watch on the money that is delivered in respect of these processes. And the processes are very important for the German government. The German government is currently has two research institutes. One is Mr. Tiesler's Federal Institute of Sports Sciences, and there is also supported by universities like our small, not much very good funded University of Ulm. And so it's a heterogeneous system, but which is currently in the way by reconciliation and reform, but the reform is not to save money, but increase efficiency, as I understood the government. And this leads to our next guest, Mr. Ralf Tiesler is since 2.5 months new elected director of the Federal Institute of Sports Sciences, which is independent part of the Ministry of Interior, and this institute is responsible for subsidizing research in universities. And Mr. Tiesler, bitte schön.
Ja, meine Damen und Herren, ich setze auch in Deutsch fort meine Rede. Mein Englisch ist ein kleines bisschen eingerostet und deswegen habe ich mir gedacht, heute versuche ich es erst nochmal in Deutsch. Sehr geehrter Professor Steinacker, sehr geehrter Herr Roland, sehr geehrter Herr Keidel, sehr geehrter Herr Professor Braumann, sehr geehrter Abgeordneter des Deutschen Bundestages, sehr geehrter Herr Göbel, liebe Teilnehmerinnen und Teilnehmer des World Rowing Sports Medicine, Science and Coaches Conference 2018. Ich freue mich sehr, dass ich anlässlich der Weltkonferenz Grußwort an Sie in meiner neuen Funktion als Direktor des Bundesinstituts für Sportwissenschaften richten darf. Und bedanke mich sehr, dass ich heute auch hier sein darf, um zu Ihnen sprechen zu können. Denn dies gilt umso mehr, als ich erst wirklich seit wenigen Wochen im Amt bin, und dies ist wirklich auch mein erster großer Auftritt bei einer international so bedeutenden Veranstaltung. Zwar bin ich selbst dem Sport immer schon eng verbunden, fachlich liegt meine Vergangenheit aber nicht in der Sportwissenschaft, sondern eher im Krisenmanagement. Nicht, dass dies eine Voraussetzung für meine neue Aufgabe wäre. Es hilft mir aber sehr, mich auf neue Herausforderungen schnell einzustellen und die Kommunikation, die Kooperation mit verschiedenen Akteuren in das Zentrum meiner persönlichen Aktivitäten zu stellen. Hinzu kommt, dass ich auch schon in der Vergangenheit im Forschungsmanagement tätig war. Das wird mir sicherlich auch im Bundesinstitut jetzt zugutekommen. Ich habe in der Vergangenheit schon sehr eng im Bereich des Verkehrsmanagements mit der Helmholtz-Gemeinschaft und dem Deutschen Luft- und Raumfahrtzentrum kooperiert. Dies alles hilft mir gerade, hoffe ich sehr, und so freue ich mich natürlich, heute hier sein zu können und viele interessante Menschen aus dem Sport, Partner und Akteure kennenzulernen. Meine Damen und Herren, mit der Konferenz hier in Berlin wird der Weltverband Rudern als eine der zentralen Sportarten der Olympischen Spiele seiner Verantwortung und seiner Ambition gerecht, neueste Erkenntnisse und Entwicklungen aus der Forschung der Sportmedizin und Sportwissenschaft zu präsentieren und mit der Sportpraxis zu diskutieren und zu transferieren. Dies untermauert einmal mehr, dass die Wissenschaft in ihrem Verband einen sehr hohen Stellenwert genießt. Dies unterstreicht auch die intensive Forschungsförderung wissenschaftlicher Projekte im Bundesinstitut für Sportwissenschaften. Dabei reicht das Spektrum über sportmedizinische, trainingswissenschaftliche und biomechanische Themenschwerpunkte bis hin zu sportpsychologischen und sporttechnologischen Fragestellungen. Exemplarisch möchte ich, ohne eine Wertung vornehmen zu wollen, 2, 3 Projekte erwähnen. Erstens die Wirksamkeit der Vortriebswirksamkeit im Riemenrudern mit Professor Mattes aus Hamburg. Dann das polarisierte Training im Rudern mit Professor Steinacker, aber auch im großen Forschungsprojekt Rückenschmerz des Bundesinstituts für Sportwissenschaft waren aktuelle Kaderathletinnen und Athleten des Deutschen Ruderverbandes eng eingebunden. Diese Vielfalt spiegelt auch das Programm dieser Konferenz beeindruckend wider. So reichen die Themen über Gesundheit, Training, ethische Fragen bis hin zu spezifischen Fragestellungen des paralympischen Sports. Ihnen, lieber Professor Steinacker, kommen dabei ganz besondere Verdienste zu. Wie ich mir habe berichten lassen, waren und sind Sie ein stetiger Kämpfer für hohe Qualitätsansprüche in der wissenschaftlichen Unterstützung und einer ethisch und moralisch verpflichteten sportmedizinischen Betreuung im Spitzensport. Hierzu meine ganz persönliche Anerkennung. Last but not least, some words in English. Ladies and gentlemen, now I'm looking forward to interesting speeches and discussions between multiple scientific disciplines, and finally I would like to wish all of you successful and fruitful days and a pleasant and fruitful stay here in Berlin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tiesler. He presented that the Research Institute spends 5.5 million a year in research projects and mentions 3 projects. One in rowing, one was polarized training, the other was an ongoing project on increasing efficiency in rowing, and also a research project on back pain. So you see the big variety of projects which are managed by his institute. And one of the partners of research is the German Federation of Sports Medicine and Prevention, and the president of this federation is Professor Michael Braumann, and he would give us some words of greeting.
Dear President Roland, dear distinguished guests, Herr Tiesler, Herr Goebel, welcome in behalf of the German Federation of Sports Medicine and Prevention. Congratulations to the organizing committee. You made an excellent program, and I'm impressed about the widespread topics you offer here. I found orthopedic aspects, genetics, aspects of nutrition, new aspects of strength training, development of stress also in coaches. I think it's an elected topic. Exercise and the heart, and also philosophical and ethic aspects, and also environmental problems, exercise in the heat. And I am happy because this conference seems to show that certain gap between the so-called practitioners and the science seem to be closed. In the past, I had sometimes the feeling that there was an increasing estrangement between these two parties, with probably good reasons from both sides. And I hope that this conference will bring the two parties together again. We have some new developments in sports medicine and training, commitment sports medicine in general, and one aspect is the so-called individualization of training. And I'm curious how the science in rowing will answer on this increasing demand, because rowing is different to other individual sports. A middle distance runner, for example, when you have a group, when you train a group of middle distance runners and you have one athlete who does not react on training like it is expected, then you can let him make a rest. But it's not possible in an achter who has to perform as a unit. So it's a big problem, and it's a big challenge to individualize the workloads. And we know from other topics, from other fields, how important it is. For example, in drug therapy, we know in the meantime that special, very expensive drugs are useless in patients when they don't fulfill some genetic preconditions. And in the same way, we know that altitude training, for example, is less useful in athletes who are non-responder for high altitude training. And so that's my special interest, and I'm curious how the rowing science will answer to this new topic. Training science is constructed and is developed for a so-called average athlete, but the individual range of athletes is quite different, and I think this is a great challenge. Well, so I wish you a very successful conference, fruitful discussions, and also some nice evenings, because everybody knows that one of the most important facts in this in such conferences is to network, meet in private atmosphere outside of this conference site, and I'm quite sure Berlin is a very interesting city with many nice pubs, and I hope you will come in contact with colleagues and will also go home with many new ideas in your head. Thank you very much, and I wish you big success.
Thank you all honored guests for the words of greeting and for the ideas raised here. It's only for me to conclude this session, and they all thank you are really related to the people behind me and cooperating with me, and all the people, many people who have done the excellent work. And this is to conclude this session. We have now 5 minutes that people can leave the room who are going to other sessions, which are starting at 11:00. But we give 5 minutes break, and then the sensational strength training session will start here, and there will be a safeguarding workshop with Lenka Diesbach-Wech, Dr. Jetza Toagli-Wosumo, and Anna-Mary Phelps, and down in the Virchow 1 and 2 area, which is also very important. Thank you very much. Gut, also kannst du immer ganz... So rüber. Rosie.
So lernt man sich mal kennen. Ja, königliche Namen.
Das ist eine super Strength-Training-Session auch. Eine super Strength-Training-Session. Wenn du nachher noch diese Quadro Sumo hören willst über Safeguarding, die ist auch sensationell.
Wann ist das?
Um 14 Uhr. Oder bist du schon weg?
Ich sag schon mal jetzt Tschüss.
Ja. Ja.
So good morning, everybody, once again. I think we should start with the session. So please take a seat. We're a little late now, but I'm sure the catering service will bring enough food so we can stay inside 10 minutes longer and don't have to cut the time for the speakers. The session is about training concepts. We will focus on strength, on training intensity distribution concepts, and on altitude training. And I'm very happy that I may announce Dr. Trent Lawton as a first speaker. He's from New Zealand, and he has really a huge knowledge regarding strength training in rowers. He did his PhD on this topic of strength training in rowers, and as we all know, strength training is a quite important part of the training, and it's always a matter of debate and discussion. So Trent, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Fantastic. Hopefully the technology works for me. Well, I hope this presentation meets the wide ranges of needs in the audience, and in 20 minutes I hope to resolve all your questions. And I'm sure that right now, if I did a survey of coaches in this room who have actually been rowers and asked them who actually enjoys weight training, to raise their hand proudly. Anyone? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Listen up. I hope to give you some good information. And when you look at the weight training that's been done over the years, I actually asked the question, why the hell would you want to do that? So as a person who was engaged in rowing, I wouldn't call myself an athlete, and the reason why I wear a belt these days is so I know where my waist finishes, so when I put my trousers on I actually feel like an athlete. But when I looked at some of the programs, 60 to 70 reps was the first exercise, and it was 40 kilos, and I think it still is today in most programs, 40 kilos, and your goal was to get from 70 reps over time to 120. That was a gold standard, and that was weight training for rowing because we didn't have ergometers. They weren't freely available as they are today. So I think it's really important to think a little about the context of what we're doing today and why. And I'm hoping to get this message across in a simple terms, but of course, if you start to understand what I'm saying, then you might have more information than I want you to have. And I'll try and get the technology to work. It's got a very obvious arrow. So I think when I first spoke at one of these conferences, I was speaking with Mike Spracklin at pre-Rio, and it was very much, why should we weight train? And quite often weight training is the first thing to drop off the radar. So here we are weight training with rubber bands, and there's a rubber band of about 2 centimetres or thick, and 4 people pulling on it, and they're scullers, so I used 2 of them. And what we found was that if you pull on the rubber band, you can get quite good resistance, but it's not very high resistance. So if you're thinking weight training, we often think the more weight, the better for whatever repetition zones. But when we move to something that you can't measure in kilograms, we suddenly just go for different parameters. And I guess that's part of what I want to stretch your thinking about, is what are you actually measuring when you're measuring weight training? Hence the title, Actual Data from the Weight Training of Rowers. And rowers, as coaches, length, rating, and strength are 3 key ingredients for coaching, and it's no different in the weight room. But what I'm actually interested in that you don't get with a barbell is how much work did we perform. So you take the distance that you move that weight against gravity, and that tells you a measure of work. The more work you produce, the better you're performing. Someone can lift a heavy weight through a small range of motion and perform half the work of their colleague. And you see that in the gym, particularly with dumbbells, is the heavier the weight gets, the shorter the arms get. So the other part is, what is the rate of that work? So ultimately in rowing, you're trying to get 2Ks done, and you need to get that work done quickly so that you actually win. And in the weight room, the people who can move the weights more quickly in lifting against gravity are more powerful. And in some sports, that's what we're actually competing against. So the topic presented is rowing is maximum. So the question I'm asking is, when we're talking about maximum, what measure of maximum are we looking at, particularly when it comes to weights? And if you're doing a weight training session, you know that the start of the session is easier than the end. So there must be some level of fatigue occurring, and we still quite struggle when it comes to measuring sufficient fatigue. In a rowboat, you probably look at the rowers when they come to shore and how they stand up and how much they want to move as an indicator of fatigue. In the weight room, I guess when you think about doing 70 to 120 repetitions on a bench pull and know you've got to come back to it again, you're probably going to fake the fatigue so that the set can be terminated and your session comes to a close. And I would do that too. So testing is one way we measure progress, but rowers are incredibly good at performing a test and then going through the motion when it comes to training. I hear it all the time, that was a good row, oh, that wasn't a good row. And you ask the question, well, what was wrong with the row? And there was no intent behind the training, it was just going through the motion. And that's no different in the gym. In fact, the reason why most hands stayed down is that the intention in the weight room is very different to what the intention is typically during, I was going to say U2 rowing, but any aerobic training on water. So I want to talk a little about how that can affect your training. So if we stop making tests and we start measuring our training, we might end up with understanding whether the training itself is causing the adaptations that you're after. So you're trying to change performance, and I keep on getting asked, and I hear it all the time, does it make the boat go faster? And I like to ask back, what does? And the question can only be answered if we start measuring. You need to understand what it is you're measuring in the boat to make it go faster, and you need to understand what you're doing in training so you can understand the effect mechanism, the effect of training on your performance outcome. I'm only showing rowers of vintage years, and that's Nathan Twaddle, and our gym was brand new back then. You can see how clean the weights are. And I think what's important is to reflect on, in 10 years, how far have we really come? As you know, in New Zealand, rugby is quite an important game, and it gets a lot of money. And with my €2,000 budget, I finally bought a piece of equipment to measure some of these things I'm talking about, and it's called a linear encoder. Linear position transducer is another term. It basically is a piece of string that attaches to the bar, and it measures the movement of the bar. And the brand I use is Gym Aware. In the photo you'll see a different, well, you can't make it out, but where the yellow circle is that's a commercially available system. At the time was called BMS, and ballistic measurement system, used a piece of string attached to a box that you would attach to a roller door, so you know how far that roller door comes up. That was the first bit of tech to help measure the movement and velocity of the bar. The Gym Aware unit has come a long way. It uses iPads these days, or smart pads, to provide instant feedback on the training, as opposed to a piece of string that goes to a computer and then someone gives you a number at the end of the session as a test result. So you can get lifetime feedback, so we can get more information about the training. So in 2002, I used 5 different pieces of strings and tried to work out, when we're training in the gym, are we actually assigning the right number of repetitions for any load? Everything reflects back to a 1 RM, 1 repetition maximum, and percentages of that maximum. But here is a bench press, and this is assessing someone's 6 RM. So we had tall volleyball players, tall basketball players, and shorter soccer athletes. And they all performed 6 RMs, and we measured what happened as their repetitions were performed, and you see they get slower. The power is the measurement on the left or y-axis. And as we did this, I was actually saying to myself, well, if you do 1 rep, we know that everyone will put a maximal effort into it. But you don't approach the first rep of 6 as though it's your last rep. There's a pacing strategy. So what would happen is that the measurement error was enormous. So what we found is that if you assess a week apart someone's 6RM, it might be 80 kilos, the following week it might be 78.5 or it could be 82.5. It only varied by about 2%, less than 2%. But the speed at which they performed their reps, particularly the first 3 reps, varied up to 50% in some cases. In other words, it wasn't until these last 3 reps that things start to get more accurate, because they're the challenging reps. You don't go all out in your first rep. So what I asked the question, and this is 2002, but back then papers didn't get published until 4 years later. And today the information is really quickly published. And I think that's one advantage of information today, is you can quickly get things out there. Is what we did is, well, why am I doing 6 reps? Why don't I just do 3 reps and see how much the power is for those 3 reps? And when you say to someone 3 reps, they give 3 reps more intention of effort than when you say you've got 6. So all of a sudden I said, well, what about if we divide the set into singles, doubles and triples? Well, the singles produce the most power. And all these reps, 24 reps, we did 4 sets of 6 as the base. And then we said that took 12 minutes, so let's distribute singles equally over that same window of time. I didn't want the window of time for training to differ for the athletes. And I didn't want the energy system distributions to shift. And what we found was that those who did singles produced greater power than those who did doubles, but there was a sort of a win-loss effect. Every time you put the bar back in a bench press, you had to lift it back off. So it was more efficient to do 2 or 3 reps. And there was no significant difference, even though there was a meaningful difference. The 3s were not quite as powerful as the 2s, but for practical application, it was better to keep it simple. So the rule of thumb became, what if you just take the repetition maximum load and divide that by 2 or 3 at most, and reassign your workload? What would happen? And today, and I'll lead to this concept, it's often referred to as velocity-based training. What I found was that when you looked at repetitions, they're all over the place, but when you looked at the average of a set, your measurement error became better. In other words, the meaningful differences were easier to observe. So what I'm going to talk about is how you can take these basic elements of training and actually start to decide what it is your weight training is achieving for you before you even engage in the high rep, low rep debate. So the first way is technique. So there's 2 lines. What I did is put them on a squat cage, and if you've ever coached rowers, they've got no clue how deep to go in a squat, even when you've told them every other session to go deeper. So the first thing you're doing is trying to get the range of motion or technique criteria met. If you're measuring power or work, you need to have the technique identical. So what we did is I just put the iPad in front of them, set to dip, and I said go deeper. That was my coaching. And I gave them 9 sets, same weight. And this is after they'd done some warm-up. And you can see that the blue line is set 4 halfway through, and it took them all the way up to set 7 before they even got each rep to the same depth. I didn't do any work other than if I saw the rowers' techniques start to vary by them falling forward. Rowers love to row a barbell, so their shoulders would lead. So I had to correct that technique. That was any intervention. So it made my job a lot easier. Instead of standing there going deeper, deeper, nearly got there, deeper, I let the machine do the work for me. So here you see at the top, the dip, and there are each of the reps. So I'm going to get really sciencey now and show you the repetitions, and you can actually get that feedback lifetime, and then you can report and analyse it. So basically, it was almost a 20% improvement in the dip for the set average. There was no change in speed. Now, it took me a while to work that one out. I am a gym instructor. But what happened is that if you go deeper, then you got more time to accelerate that bar. So they reached their pinnacle speed that they were happy to go to, and then they just let the rest of it happen. So the average speed didn't change. The peak speed occurred in a different point of that range of motion. No change in watts, not meaningful. And you did 13% more physiological work. In other words, there's more energy being expended in that set. So you think about that training, we improved the outcome, so all of a sudden, we're training more consistently. Doesn't sound like much for one set, but you take that over multiple exercises, you might start to increase the physiological work by up to 20% for the entire workout. So the next thing is go back to the 70 to 120 reps. How are you going to approach that? I know that I approach it with a very much a pacing and let time go by and hopefully come out the other side with the rep completed. So there's going to be two things. Someone's going to go in there and try and do 70 reps as quickly as they can, get off it, and the other person is going to pace the metronomic 18 strokes a minute. Okay, but if there's a 7-minute test criteria, you're going to try and crank out those reps very differently. So here we see 4 sets of 15 reps, very standard strength training program. It's about 70% of the 6RM, and you've got two athletes. One on the left, athlete A, lifting a huge 63 kilos. Athlete B, lifting 80 kilos, and their repetition maximums differ as well. Same proportion of max, but what you see is inconsistency in the reps. So the assumption here is that both athletes maintain their depth. So we've sort of used that criteria. But what you can see is that this athlete's all over the place. That's the speed or power produced each rep. And by set 3, both athletes are starting to show a decline. So that's 45 reps. So I said to myself, well, let's change the way we give that to try and make sure that when athletes are lifting, that they're going in with an intent to give me more power per rep. So rather than just pacing it, if the intention is part, there's good research to show the intention, how much energy or effort you put into the repetition leads to an outcome. So you can do half the amount of training but have great intent and you get the same progress than someone who's just going through the reps. So what we did is same intensity but to redistribute the reps. I gave you the example of triples, singles, doubles. Well, in this case I said let's front end the set, 21 reps. And these two athletes, in this case we've gone from male to female, same loads, but sometimes athletes train together and lift the same loads. So I guess what I'm always trying to do is we test and we train, we're trying to make sure they're working to the same relative intensity. So what you see here is athlete A, a little bit disrupted in the first set. That's nothing to worry about, they're still warming up in that first set traditionally. The middle set you can see they're becoming more aligned, and then the third set you can see the intent of each rep is only 9 reps, so they go in a little bit harder. So what I'm doing is trying to play around with the psychology or the behavioural aspects of training to get more intent. So what was the outcome from that? Well, in both athletes' cases, their last set's more powerful than in the early example, 4 sets of 15. So I'm getting more power per rep, more intent. And what you can also see, thankfully that worked, is there's a difference of about almost 20% between these two athletes in power or speed. So that made me think, well, why is that? If they've both got the same repetition maximum, why is one moving more quickly? And you could argue fast twitch fibres, but what I use speed to infer is who is actually training to their repetition maximum. So the first example I gave you was a 6RM. By the last set, the last rep, the speed should drop off. And I'm trying to show you that with these athletes with the green lines, there are differences in how those speed drop off. So the intention behind training is going to affect the adaptation. So here we go, 4 sets, 15, increase the weight, 12, increase the weight, 10, increase the weight for the last set, and 8 reps. And this is one of the athletes, athlete B, very consistent athlete, and you can see each rep slowly degrades. They're more trained. So if you think the analogy in rowing is stroke to stroke consistency, their bell-shaped row stroke is more consistent the more someone is a senior rower or elite rower. Same in the weight room. And you can see the decay still occurs. So the question becomes, should I increase the weight or do more reps? So here is a workload of 9 sets, and the shading indicates a different set. So the first thing was, what if we wanted to talk about power endurance? You know, that magic high rep program. I'm going to use the term higher power. So if you look at the first 3 sets here, they're doing 12 reps, this athlete. Again, we're talking now a female athlete and we're talking lightweight. And we're using a bench pull exercise. So for 12 reps, I've circled that set because you can see if I'm trying to maintain power, that third set is not looking too great. In fact, the second set drops off a bit as well. So what I want to do is tweak the load so that they get the outcome that we're after. So here we go, adjusted it to 40 kilos, get a tick for that, and you can see the mean velocity has increased. And as a result, the speed of each rep is moving more quickly. The concentric duration, the time it takes to do each rep, comes down. Then on the other end of this training schedule, we did some polarization. Ooh, lifted heavy. So if I'm lifting heavy, I expect the weight to move more slowly. So I've circled this set because where we're at now is, did we change the speed from the power training where we're looking at 0.8 metres per second, or 1 metre per second up here, and I'm trying to get them down to about 0.45 metre per second. At that speed, you can't complete a rep. So you think of a bench pull, touches the floor, comes up to tap the bench. If you don't hit a critical average speed of 0.45 metres per second, you won't complete a rep. This athlete was completing all reps. Now we can't just go straight from 40 kilos up to 55 kilos. You've got to transition. So you've got 3 sets. And by the 3rd set, we're really only doing 1 set where the number of reps you perform near their repetition maximum is about 2. So you think about your training prescription, you're saying 6 sets of 6, 4 sets of 6. How many of those reps are actually achieving the intensity, if you want to use that term, or the effort that you're actually required? Most rowers will go through the motion, and if you see those reps being performed, you've got no clue as to how much power or how close they're getting to their repetition maximum. So the green tick moves on to the heavier end now. So we've talked about the power or the speed end. Now we're trying to get them, and you can see that the opposite happens here. In the green line, the speed of each rep is getting slower. It's more towards what I call the grinding zone. So this zone here, this is where you can't complete a rep. You haven't achieved the critical speed, the average speed, so the rep won't make the top of the bench. So we want to see that they're training closer, and you can see now we're using 57.5 kilos on that 3rd set of 6. You can see more repetitions are being performed in that session closer to the training outcome. Then you've got a choice. Let's just keep doing reps until I can't move. So what we've got here is, on the base, the proportion of your maximum, the load. And then we've got the speed. When the weight's lighter, it moves more quickly if you do 1 rep. The message I want to give here is that 80%, each successive rep, as per the orange dot, is getting slower, as per that 6RM study. In other words, if you take a weight and keep lifting it, doing 60 or 70 reps, those last reps get pretty slow. You're moving towards that grind zone. In fact, the question becomes, if you're trying to polarise your training and you're going through 2 different speed spectrums, well, when is the time to change the load? So this paper came out in 2006, very similar to that inter-repetition rest paper that we were looking at. So while I've got a PhD in rowing, I guess the work that I'm most proud of, because it contributes to understanding how to train for rowing, is looking at how you assign reps. And these authors took different proportions of the maximum of 1RM from 60 up to 75%. And what I think the key message to point out here is this red line is 0.4 metres per second in a bench press. So that's about rep, if you look at my 6RM, that's about the last 3 reps. So each of these sets, no matter what weight you use, you end up performing at the same speed. And you can see here there's no continuity to the line, and the reason for that is probably a forced rep. In other words, they had to pause before they went again. So in other words, you're doing lots of reps just to get to that 6RM. So you go back to your high rep training, no matter what the load, if you go until fatigue, you're actually going to the point of where you're performing a 1RM. So if this is the critical speed to complete a rep in a bench press, you're just using lots of volume to get to the end point. So polarising in the weight room is about trying to not blend your outcomes, but to actually stick to your zones. So here's the thought I want to leave you with, and post-conference, people will walk away with different interpretations. The main thing I'm trying to get you towards is, if you're measuring in the weight room and you're measuring outcomes in your performance variable of interest, might be a 500 metre erg, looking at the stroke rate. If you're measuring both, you'll start to build relationships and understand whether your training is related to your performance outcome. This doesn't show terribly well, but here is the bench pull exercise at different loads, and here's the metres per second. You can see at this end, when the weight's light, we get over a metre per second. Down this end, we hit that critical 0.45. That's where you can just complete 1 rep. So this is 1 rep though. So if I ask you to do multiple reps, you've got to remember you end up moving down this slope towards a 1RM. Just takes you 30 reps to get there. Each rep gets slower. You know that from push-ups. Might only take you 8 push-ups and all of a sudden you can't get off the floor. You're basically working at a 1RM. Down this end, you've got exercises that are a lot slower. Chin-ups are here. Bench pull is there. You can look at that massive difference. So some exercises by their nature are faster. So before you try and play around with loads, I want to point out to you, first get the exercise selection right. An explosive exercise should be, by its nature, faster. I haven't got a power clean on here. Power clean is this far up again. Okay? Even at 1RM, there's an interesting characteristic. There's a critical velocity for that bar, but then the clean, a power clean is where the bar comes to you. A clean is where you say the bar's getting this high and you get under it. And rowers don't do that terribly well. So what I'm suggesting to you is when you take on board clustering of repetitions, there's only so many reps you can perform before you start shifting gears. All right? So here's a picture of rowers. Usually my presentation's full of pictures of rowers because the coaches love the rowers, like the pictures, and the content doesn't matter, but I'm hoping he's got 2 arms up there. So there's 2 zones. And I'm using a bench press here, but throughout the presentation slides, I've changed the exercises because the message I'm trying to give you is you need to measure each exercise before you can come up with your aligning of training outcomes. So a fast bench press is lighter as a percentage of the maximum, but what I'm going to throw at you is this idea. If you put this position transducer on the bar, you can actually say how many sets and how many reps can you sustain that load. The answer is 7. Okay, after 7, yep, I've been watching it. I had 28 minutes, but whereas at the slow end, you can only have 2 reps. So the number of sets you perform, if you put these position transducers, might vary for the 2 different types of training. So rather than performing 30 reps, I'm suggesting you might divide that in half, do 15, and then come back to the exercise, do another 15 where you're maintaining the speed. Or you can use this technology in training. The interesting thing is that each day you have a different outcome because your fatigue levels vary. So my connection to the earlier presentations is speed is one of the best ways to measure the amount of fatigue. So if an athlete is struggling to lift the same load, you'll probably find they're going slower each repetition. So some of the interesting work that's going on in this area is for every drop-off of about 5 centimetres per second, that relates to about a 4% change in your 1RM. So the analogy here is I can get 100 kilos on day 1, but my speed starts to decline through the fatigue, so I'm down to 95 kilos on another day. So to conclude, using these pieces of technology, which in this case is currently a piece of string attached to a bar, they've moved that to accelerometers and to light sensors. You can measure the repetition length. You can change the strategies you use to assign programs so that you actually get outcomes that are related to the performance measure you're after, as opposed to just assigning, here's your work, set and reps. And I'd like to get you thinking about when, instead of talking high rep, low rep, are you looking at trying to sustain an average velocity that's faster? Or are you trying to get towards the opposite end and try and work on a grinding zone, or you're trying to do a blended mix of the 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation, and now it's time for questions, and I'm sorry we do have only 5 minutes for questions. So any question from the floor?
My name is Gianni Postiglione from Greece. You don't mention about the recovery time between the reps. Can you tell?
Sorry, I missed that.
Recovery time between one series and another series.
So recording the time. So for the recovery, yeah, for the slides of all the information I've presented, I use a timer, and they're starting a set when the timer indicates the rest ratio is completed. So we make sure that rowers don't rush the workout when it's working at the slower speeds, and they'll have 3 minutes and a time that indicates when the set's to start. So that's the way we approach the research as well as the training. What I learned was when we did research, we actually make things in the measurement very accurate. So we were using a timer for the singles, doubles and triples to make sure that there was 12-minute sessions. But when it comes to training, we leave that to the athlete. We say about 2 to 3 minutes rest, and they'll take 1 to 2 minutes rest to get the workout done. Tick. Strength training, you just break things like that. I wouldn't put a glass there for the next speaker. I was going to take to you with the glass, but I think I've got myself under control. Yeah.
And the second question, connected. The training is in station or in circuit?
Okay, so that's a good question. When I have a session for my rowers, I have to use my time efficiently. So I need to think about during the rest, what is it that I can do that doesn't impede on the recovery? So I do sequence exercises, and rowers, because their aerobic conditioning is high, their replenishment of ATP is very quick. But their ability to actually drive into the anaerobic windows and chew through that is very poor. So there's a balance between giving them enough rest to recover versus making sure they have the intention to go into the next set with effort. So I only alternate 2 exercises at most when it comes to strength work. And when it comes to power endurance exercises, I'll do from 3 up to 5 exercises, more towards the 3, because instead of giving 30 reps, I'll say do 10 reps on the next exercise, 10 reps on the third exercise, and come back to maintain that average velocity.
Thank you.
We are already late. One last question.
Hi, Jane Hall from GB Rowing. Do you have similar times that your men and women do weight training sessions, or do you vary it?
So by time, you mean scheduling in time of the day?
Yeah.
So most our weight training is challenged by how big the facility can hold, how many rowers can use the gym at the same time. So most of our weight training occurs after lunch between 1 and 5. So we alternate days, and that's just how it's working presently. So maybe Monday, Wednesday, Friday is the women, and the men might be Tuesday, Thursdays, Saturdays. It depends on the time of the year. I actually prefer, once you've got your training program worked out, to schedule sessions with like needs. So if there's a group of rowers who need to work more on maximal strength to improve their absolute ability to do work, I'd like them to be together regardless of their gender, so that they're training at the time that gives them the most recovery. If it was a more senior athlete and they're looking at the velocity, we're doing more power endurance, we'd look at a time and group of athletes with similar needs, and that's probably how it works more in the 18 months leading to the Olympics. In the first 2 years, it's sort of trying to sort out who's a development rower from who's a high performer.
So you don't see there being a more optimum time of day for a female to do weight training?
So if you're going to relate back to some of the earlier presentations, the reason why I spoke about velocity is if you're measuring velocity, you might find that the measurement error differs between genders, that there might be cyclic reasons for that due to the on-water training volumes, or there could be hormonal reasons. But I think the other point that came out was it's also true for men, that we talked erections, and I think that the hormonal cycle for lightweights would also come into that. So from my perspective, looking at the velocity is my insight into what's going on. So how I manage groups and stuff, that's another question that will be very challenging if you're, I guess it comes down to where is the greatest training volume coming from? Is it coming from the gym? Is it coming from the cross training on the bike, or is it coming from on water? Because ultimately what my measures showed when I looked at it over 3 months of continuous measurement is that each individual varied to different training sessions differently. In part that was because each training session someone was faking it and someone was making it. So there was that intention behind it. And the nutritional strategies varied. And then all the hormonal profiles, etc., varied as well. So it was a very complex picture. But I think the velocity of the exercise movement gave me the insights to get there.
Thank you. Thank you. We need to move on. So we are already late. So I'm glad to invite the next speaker, Dr. Billy Sperlich. He will talk about training intensity distribution among well-trained athletes.
Well, thank you for the introduction, and thank you for the organizers for inviting me to this lecture today. I'd like to present 4 aspects on training intensity distribution. First of all, because I don't entirely know who's in the audience today, I'd like to introduce a concept of training intensity distribution. My second area will be, is there a best practice model for rowing or for endurance athletes in general? The third aspect will be a bit more related to critical reviews based on my own experience and on findings from the literature. And my fourth aspect will be on future directions. Where will we go in the area of training intensity distribution analysis? Within a 24-hour cycle of an endurance athlete, not necessarily rowing, but of course rowing as well, there are different settings limiting training time. Currently, as it looks like, it seems top endurance athletes invest about 1,000 hours per year. In rowing, this averages to about 12 to 15 hours per week of exercise, which sums up to approximately 20% of the waking time invested into exercise. So one take-home message, it seems exercise, depending on the time you have, total training time is limited. So when total training time is limited, time efficiency or organizational components become a lot more interesting for success. And above all, I'm pretty sure exercise intensity and its distribution over time most probably is one of the critical components in exercise prescription. About, well, actually now 15 years ago, I became intrigued by a publication or by an analysis made in cross-country skiers. This analysis retrospectively analyzed roughly 380 training sessions within 1 month of period. And the authors divided the training intensity of the athletes in 3 zones. Zone 1 reflecting more aerobic exercise, Zone 3 more high-intensity exercise, and Zone 2 something in between. And what they found in elite cross-country skiers was that they seem to adopt a certain type of polarization, quite similar to what we just saw today. So they have a more polarized training intensity distribution, meaning a high amount of Zone 1 exercise or aerobic exercise and a fairly high amount of high-intensity exercise. As it seems in textbooks in different endurance disciplines, there seems to be a quite similar model when it comes to defining intensity zones. Here I'm presenting a 3-zone model. Some other disciplines have a 5-zone model or use a 7-zone model. Just for the sake of clarity today, because numerous publications have analyzed a 3-zone model, I'll use this 3-zone model, which is based on some sort of physiological incremental testing. And depending on physiological benchmarks, in this case, first rise of lactate or first ventilatory threshold, it's possible to define certain intensity zones, which are, from a perception view, Zone 1 would be related to more moderate exercise intensity, Zone 3 to very intense exercise, and Zone 2 in between. So this model has been adopted by quite a lot of authors, and I'm pretty sure is being used in practical terms as well. We then, because this was an analysis based on diaries and on heart rate analysis retrospectively with Tom Stegel from University of Salzburg, we then designed an experiment to prospectively analyze if this model of polarization is a best practice model. In this case, we recruited 48 endurance athletes, runners, triathletes, cross-country skiers with a fairly high peak oxygen uptake, around 63 milliliters, which is okay. It's not, that's not an elite level, but it's at least well trained. And we split this group of athletes into 4 training groups. One training group performing more high volume, low intensity exercise, about roughly in this proportion. Another group performed low volume, high intensity exercise, which is basically a mirror of what the high volume, low intensity exercise performed. A polarized intensity distribution, which was a clear emphasis on Zone 1 and Zone 3 exercise, and a threshold group performing or emphasizing more in the Zone 2 area. Just to give you a brief overview how this exercise was designed, we designed 3 weeks of exercise, which was repeated 3 times, so we had an intervention period of about 9 weeks. Designed this design here for the high volume, low intensity. The sessions range from 60 to about more than 2 hours of exercise at low intensity exercise. The group performing high-intensity exercise was more designed as we would probably call it as a blocking of Zone 3 exercise or as high-intensity exercise. Threshold training was intensities designed in Zone 2 or with more sessions in Zone 2, and the polarized was a clear combination basically from the high volume and the low-intensity exercise. We had a lot of data coming out, but just to briefly show you what happens after 9 weeks to peak oxygen uptake, we find actually, I'd say almost no influence on peak oxygen uptake, roughly 3%, but that's within basically the range of measurement error we see with our analysis. High intensity exercise improved by 5%. Threshold exercise decreased peak oxygen uptake by about 4%, and with the polarized concept we had a quite severe increase of over 10% in VO2 max. I'll come back to that issue. This is the concept in running, triathlon, cross-country skiing. This not necessarily needs to apply for rowing. We then went one step back. We looked into PubMed-based literature, providing us information on Zone 1, Zone 2, and Zone 3. Information in different sports. So this is rowing, cycling, speed skating, running. We looked at the preparation period of athletes. We looked at pre-competition periods. We looked at competition periods. And just to highlight, it seems in the literature, maybe more older literature, there seems to be more a pyramid design, meaning more zone or a high amount of Zone 1 exercise, less in Zone 3, and even less in Zone 3. But there's also evidence that there seems to be a polarized intensity distribution, at least in the preparation period and in the pre-competition period. There is not so much actually analysis on a complete seasonal analysis. There's only one finding in a complete, at least on PubMed base, not not so much in the coaching or popular science. There's, of course, more evidence, but there seems to be at least one evidence that rowing or rowers have performed a more polarized intensity distribution. Why this study showed virtually no zone 2 exercise, I only can speculate on. Personally, I don't believe a rower will never be in a zone 2 exercise intensity, but still that's the data provided by the authors at that time. We then, together with a group of Ulm, Gunnar Treff, more or less designed this study. We then wanted to know if rowers would accept and also when applying a polarized or a more polarized training intensity distribution would show similar results. The first issue, manipulating exercise or exercise prescription in more an elite level, is quite challenging. We were able to find some national rowers, I believe 14 rowers, manipulating the training intensity distribution over 11 weeks, clearly in a preparatory phase in the beginning of the year. Average maximum oxygen uptake was roughly around 66 milliliters. The basic idea of the study was to clamp zone 1, so both groups had a similar amount of, or similar percentage in the training zone, in training zone 1, which was clamped or targeted to be around 93%. They clearly, both groups clearly were different in the amount of the zone 3 exercise, or the amount of zone 3, with one group having 2% of the training time invested, and the polarized group at 6%. So that's a clear difference, which was good for us. So the target of the study was actually fulfilled. I'd like to introduce a second variable. We call it a so-called polarization index, which is a mathematical model providing some information on how polarized a training intensity distribution is. So the higher the polarization index, the more zone 1 and zone 3 differ from each other. So there, it's a clear polarization. And as you can see, the one group, the polarized group, exercised at about 2.5 on average. The other group started with a low polarization, meaning a high amount of zone 1 exercise and a low amount of zone 2 and zone 3. But towards the end of the study, which is kind of like a tapering situation, and of course you cannot tell a coach getting closer to the season, no, don't do any zone 3 exercise, so there automatically will be an increase in zone 3 exercise. But this zone 3 exercise was then closer to the end of the study. Unfortunately, we were not able to do mid-testing because it's just an organizational issue for coaches and athletes to perform the testing. So what were the outcomes? If we just look at a simple variable, power output, 2K power output, you see the average of the group in both cases. Unfortunately, this guy kind of destroyed the story behind everything, but it's up to you. I don't want to present an optimal model, but it's up to you which type of exercise intensity training distribution you would choose, if you'd rather choose the left strategy or rather the right strategy. But interestingly, if we analyze each athlete independently, and if we look at the polarization index each athlete performed versus the 2K performance, there seems to be quite a trend. So maybe a message for you taking home is the more polarization, maybe the more success. I don't know, we need to check on that, but there's kind of like a little sniff in there that the higher the polarization, maybe the higher the 2K performance. At least we now have a possibility to quantify training intensity, training intensity distribution. There's one article unfortunately retracted from PubMed, probably or due to legal issues with the paper, but still the abstract is still available. And interestingly, two top athletes from Australia performed quite different training intensity distribution, and it seems one message coming from that study, training appeared to become more polarized with greater amounts of time spent in zone 1. And two world best rowers, they can have totally different training intensity distribution. So there seems to be an individual response in this type of training intensity distribution as well. So maybe there's many ways to Rio and most probably to Tokyo as well. I'd like to discuss some of the issues surrounding training intensity distribution, because I believe a lot have same issues on quantifying load and how to interpret the data and how to use or how to analyze the data. First of all, I'd like to draw attention if we compare endurance disciplines. The first issue is knowledge coming from runners, from triathletes, from speed skaters, not necessarily need to reflect the biomechanics, especially the biomechanics in rowing. If we look at rowing, rowing is more a sitting discipline. Rowers definitely have higher MVCs compared to runners. The stroke itself is more concentric. Time under tension is definitely higher compared to a running step. And if we look at the term load, if my calculations are not too wrong, I'd say you will have about 1.5 kilotons of load per week in rowing. If we look at a runner, especially runners, they carry their body weight, have a lower MVC, have a higher eccentric component, less time under tension. But if we look at the step and the body mass involved per step, we're probably at 30 megatons. So a running intensity distribution in running most probably will not be the same for rowers, because it's a total different sport and a total different story. So be aware, I'm pretty sure it's unfair to compare runners with rowers, but yet I think it's good to learn from each other, but be aware, it's not fair to compare. Monitoring is an issue. I will come back to that in my future directions. Diaries, heart rate analysis, GPS analysis have their shortcomings. Just some information here. Monitoring with a diary very often is related to underreporting. Data is underreported. Compliance is often not very high, and adherence as well. So diaries for monitoring exercise intensity have their shortcomings. They can work, but not necessarily. New involvements, this is data just actually recently last week. I did on a rowing ergometer, wrist-worn heart rate monitoring versus chest belt monitoring. Heart rate monitoring is nice because you can have a lot of data. You can actually monitor 24 hours if necessary. But if we quantify the intensity based on heart rate, there's always a gap in between. There's always data missing, so you need good calculations to find, especially in zone 3, if you want to quantify zone 3, heart rate not necessarily, especially in interval training, is maybe not always the best variable. And if you look at interval training at the end, sometimes you miss a quite great proportion of heart rate, which is an issue when you analyze the data afterwards. So personally, I believe heart rate for training intensity analysis is an important component, but we need to understand that zone 3 exercise will be underestimated when we use heart rate monitoring. So GPS data might be more appropriate, or the combination with a diary or other technologies I will show you later. And zone 1 might be even overestimated. Also, if you calculate, if you look at the time in between intervals, those usually switch into zone 2 analysis. So very often interval training, there's a bias in the zone 2 analysis. So that's an issue as well if you look at when you try to model this exercise. Training intensity distribution to me is not only related to the exercise itself, but also what happens outside of the boat, outside of the water. This is just a simple analysis we did in rowers, monitoring rowers for 31 days, 24 hours, and just actually measuring energy expenditure. That was basically the message. And if we calculate the metabolic equivalence to what happens within a weekday, then we find rowers to be 11 hours sedentary, which is quite astonishing. 11 hours of basically more or less inactivity. Could be related to the exercise itself, but maybe it's also a potential to maybe change the intensity distribution itself. So off training to me or in our group is actually currently highly discussed because it gives additional information, and also for coaches very interesting. At least in Germany, the rowers invest about half an hour of very high exercise intensity, which is not logged within heart rate files or within a diary system. So they have additional half an hour of high intensity exercise, which we do not have in our analysis, which of course is interesting. And a third aspect I'd like to go into, so maybe this 11 hours or 11 and a half hours of inactivity might explain some sedentary behavior after a career of a rower. So the question might be, what are the long-term health effects coming out of off-training behavior? Also missing in the model are several other concepts, but I still believe it's the first view onto this topic. So especially in rowing, weather data is missing in this model. Altitude, heat is not involved in this model. I personally don't know a long-term exercise intervention manipulating or analyzing training intensity distribution in altitude or in heat. Implementing strength training into this model is very difficult. Of course, strength training is a certain type of zone 3 exercise, maybe, but how does that come into this model, or how will we implement this into this model, which is area of future interest. Mindset, nutrient timing, blocking of exercises and neuromuscular exercise as well. So this seems to be of an issue, but maybe there is a solution to the issue. We've been creating or starting to build up this framework which allows us to analyze data quite differently to the approaches we have currently. If we look at an athlete, basically an athlete has 3 main 24-hour settings, which is sleep, free time activity, and training itself. And I'm pretty sure the current wearable technology does not allow to monitor all settings within one device, but I'm pretty sure there are different devices on the market allowing to analyze sleep quite well, allowing to analyze off-training situations quite well, and analyzing training or training on court or on gym or in gym devices which can be integrated into this system. And the monitoring itself does not necessarily need to be related to wearable sensors. It also can be app technology if you want to integrate questionnaires, mindset questionnaires, behavioral questionnaires, etc., or point of care testing, simple blood testing, to receive a quite good overview on what the internal training load of the athlete is. Of course, data storage, processing, data security, and so on is an issue, but I believe not only, but in future with this type of a framework, we'll have a total different analysis in terms of training intensity distribution, and we'll find other key players, maybe explaining why an athlete performs better or less good. So this is a framework we're building up, and everyone who's interested, just give me an email. Currently, this knowledge today I present to you was, or we were stimulated to start or to launch special research topics at Frontiers magazine. On the training intensity distribution, we'll still have about 5 papers to come. So we'll have more information on the training intensity distribution. There are actually quite a lot in rowing currently, and the wearable technology side is increasing as well. So we'll be soon closing that research area as well. And I believe both wearable technology and training intensity distribution, they are ultimately linked together. That's personally, that's my future or my thought how training intensity distribution will be analyzed. I'd like to close with some advertisement. We'll host our training science conference, or German Exercise Science and Training Conference in February. You're all warmly invited. Please hurry up. We're filling quite quickly, so please register. Submit abstracts. February in Würzburg. It's about 3-4 hours south of here. Thank you.
Thank you, Billy, for your presentation and the interesting data. Before asking for some questions, I would like to comment that, at least to the best of my knowledge, there's only one publication on that really shows polarized training intensity distribution in rowers according to your definition. We already discussed that, because very often training intensity distributions are called polarized but are in fact something like a pyramidal distribution with more high intensity than others. So this pure zone 1, a little small percentage of zone 2 and a relatively high percentage of zone 3 is probably practically performed, but not reported in the literature up to now, as far as I know. Are there any questions? Tony?
Thank you, Billy, for your presentation. I'm probably a little bit interested to know if you're a believer in high-intensity interval training / polarised training. I think the words have blended in across the whole thing, but I feel I'd like to know whether you think it's actually a good training method from a rowing perspective, as well as do you think that it's more an infliction of time-poor athletes and those who are looking for quicker gains more rapidly than the more traditional methods?
Well, as I showed, there are different ways you can try to distribute the intensity. In this entire current popular discussion on high intensity, yes or no, and more, and so on, I'd say it depends on the athlete. If you're a clear zone 1 athlete, maybe some zone 2, not so much in zone 3, why not implement more zone 3 exercise? It's not like you'll change every session to high intensity exercise, but just some sessions to high intensity exercise. So I would not flip the coin going from dramatically zone 1 to everything in zone 3. No, definitely not, because the evidence is out. You need 70, maybe 75, even more time spent in zone 1. So for me, it's like adding more zone 3 exercise if you have the feeling your athlete is not developing. That's currently what I'd recommend. And the more the sport is more concentric oriented, I'd even be more progressive in thinking that way. If your sport's more eccentric, I'd be a little bit careful, because you have some orthopedic, biomechanical issues involving there as well. So yeah, I'd add some scent to your exercise.
So we have one last, please, short question and short answer, if possible. Jonas.
It's a very quick follow-up to the point that was just made and what you made as well. I think the high intensity works on increasing, for example, developments within the mitochondria in terms of enzyme activity and so on, and the low intensity works to actually increase density of mitochondria. So there's a good explanation to try and do both, and we should be guided by the biochemistry and the biology rather than just saying we do this and that. I don't know what your opinion is.
Yeah, absolutely. Plus, if you run or if you row at a higher intensity, it's not only physiologically something different, it's neuromuscular. It's a different type of exercise. So exercising at a higher intensity is not always, to me, the benefit's not only related to mitochondria biogenesis and so on. You have a different motor program involved. And of course, if you want to perform at a high intensity exercise, you'll need to implement some high intensity exercise into your training routine. But currently, I only can provide the shift from a older traditional version to a more polarized. I could not tell you currently at what time of the season and how much and so on. So that's up to you just to add some more high intensity exercise. And my opinion is if your athlete is not developing the way you think he or she should, then I just add a little bit of high intensity exercise, or sometimes it's adding more zone 1 exercise as well. That could be a different strategy. So the polarization itself might be a key role in there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm happy to introduce the next speaker, Dr. Carsten Lundby from the University Hospital of Copenhagen and University of Lillehammer in Norway. He will give a talk on modern concepts of training, altitude training, and if it's should be not a modern concept to train at altitude, it will be at least a modern talk on altitude training.
Thank you, Gunnar. So we are running short of time, and it's I'm a bit.
Take your time.
I'm in a dangerous position of being the only thing between you and lunch, so I will try to wrap it up a bit fast here. I assume that most of you will think or have the perception that altitude training should be incorporated into the preparation for championships. And I'm probably one of few scientists that think this is actually not really the case. Instead of trying to mingle all the different studies together that have been published over the last many, many years, I will try to focus on, or I will focus on our studies that in general suggest that altitude training is not needed for elite performance. But remember, others state differently. Before I start, I would like to show just 2 brief slides. And Raphael this morning did the trick with the manipulating the hematocrit by adding water or syrup to his glass, right? This resembles a normal hematocrit. If you go to high altitude, you will see an immediate, within a day or two, increase in your hematocrit. And this could be mistaken for an increase in red cell mass, but it isn't. If you go to high altitude, you will have a drop in your plasma volume, which will increase your hematocrit. It's not reflective of an augmented red cell volume. This takes a lot longer time to manifest. When I will talk about hemoglobin mass, it is not the same as a hemoglobin concentration. When I talk about hemoglobin mass throughout my talk, it is related to the entire mass of hemoglobin in the circulation. This is measured in grams. Usually a normal human would have 800 grams, and if you are Olympic champions, you will have more. We measured the blood volume of an Olympic rowing champion last week, and he had 11 liters of blood versus the standard value of 5. So you will have a lot more, of course, in endurance athletes. Since my studies are mainly negative in one of the outcome measures that we do measure, hemoglobin mass, I would just like to spend a minute or 30 seconds to convince you that we actually know what we measure when we measure hemoglobin mass. We've been, in general, in my lab, we're interested in oxygen transport and utilization. And since oxygen is transported in blood, we have an interest in measuring blood volumes. We've done this for 15 years. There's a methodological paper here where we wanted to see, well, what can we actually measure? And in those subjects, we removed 3% of the whole blood volume. This corresponded to 180 milliliters of blood, which is nothing. It's less than is in this bottle versus the 5 liters that you have in the body. And when we afterwards tried to measure how much did we actually remove, when we removed 3%, our value was 3.1. So we can measure very, very small changes in blood volumes. We published a review on how to measure hemoglobin mass, if you're interested in this, and also went through the trouble to build a machine where the human error of the measurement is taken out. So this is what we do. We measure blood volumes. Before I talk about altitude training, I would like to point out that why I think that altitude training as such may not be favorable for sea level performance. There's no doubt that acclimatization to low, moderate, or high altitude increases performance in those environments. I'd just like to show you an example thereof. Here we have the VO2 max of cyclists measured at sea level, and you can see these are all fairly fit. Then we studied them after 1 day exposure to 2,300 meters. Their VO2 max is decreased by 13%. Then, with acclimatization to this moderate altitude, VO2 max increased. So with 7 days of acclimatization, there was a 3% on average increase in VO2 max. With 14 days, there was a greater increase. And after 3 weeks of acclimatization to this altitude, we did not see a further increase. But this was, of course, implied that if you are to compete at high altitude, you need to acclimatize. This is different than doing altitude training in order to perform at sea level, correct? And I think everyone here will agree that yes, 2,330, that is altitude. But actually I am convinced that for athletes, much lower altitudes that we don't consider altitudes, it is important to acclimatize to. In an elite athlete, you may see a decrease in VO2 max already at 500 meters. If you're a normal human being, you will not notice 500 meters. For an elite athlete, for various reasons, it does matter. So I would think that if you are coming from sea level, 0 meters above sea level, and you have to go to a championships, even at 500-600 meters, acclimatization may be something you would want to engage into. I don't think many consider this. I would. So this was altitude. Acclimatization is important for altitude performance. I will switch now to altitude training, where the intent is to increase your performance at sea level. And there are various methods of altitude training. There are live high, train low, and so on and so on. And today I will focus on live high, train low, since I think this is the most modern approach, and this was what the title suggested me to talk about, modern aspects of altitude training. As I also said in the beginning, we, in general, do not find positive effects of live high, train low. Others do. So if you want a perspective, you could read papers by Grégoire Millet, for example. He finds that it works. The first live high, train low study that we did years ago, I believed it worked, and our intent was not to demonstrate that it worked, because I thought it did. Our intent was to figure out how it works, by which physiological mechanism does live high, train low increase exercise performance. Our main goal was to determine whether it was related to changes in blood, so more hemoglobin mass, or whether it was related to skeletal muscle differences. We wanted to conduct the study double-blinded and placebo-controlled because this had not been done. This would be the first proper, if you will, trial, scientific trial of live high, train low altitude training. And we wanted to do it in elite athletes. I'll just skip a few of these slides due to time constraints and lunch. We had these, if I don't remember wrong, approximately 20 subjects or 22 subjects, and they were divided in a placebo group and in a live high, train low group. And these were blinded to the treatment. They were all living at the same facility, and in this facility we could exchange the air in some of the rooms with nitrogen so that they were hypoxic. They lived in those rooms without being aware that they were in the hypoxic environment. When the study was done, we asked the subjects, do you know where you lived? Was it normoxia or was it hypoxia? 50% did not have a clue, 25% guessed right, and 25% guessed wrong, so they didn't know. We did, in the end, we ended up doing 4 weeks of this intervention. They lived in the rooms for 16 hours per day, and the intervention group stayed at 3,000 meters. So 16 hours per day for a month at 3,000 meters. It's not nothing. I'll skip these also due to time. I think I will skip this also. It's skeletal muscle stuff. It doesn't matter. Here, these are the HB masses that we measured in the live high, train low group and in the placebo group. These are the baselines, and these are duplicate measurements that we did before. You can see they have above approximately a kilo of hemoglobin, so these guys are pretty fit. Their VO2 max is around 70. After 3 and 4 weeks of altitude acclimatization, we did not see a change in the live high, train low group or in the placebo group. Also 1 and 2 weeks after the intervention, after the training camp, we did not see any changes at any time point. So the intervention did not increase hemoglobin mass in the live high, train low group or in the control group either. I know it's annoying, but I will skip these also to time. Here you have the effects on the altitude training camp on VO2 maxes. As you can see in the title, VO2 max never different between the groups. It was similar. You can see they have approximately 5 liters of oxygen uptake at baseline, and it remains at this level throughout the study. So one thing is VO2 max, but everyone going to the Olympics in biking, for example, they will all have a VO2 max of around 80, but there's a huge span in performance, of course. So we also did a approximately 30-minute time trial test on the ergometer inside. We wanted to do it as standardized as possible, which is why we did it indoor. And as you can see, there are no differences at any time points between the placebo or the live high, train low group. If we pool the data, there is an increase in performance over time, suggesting that the training camp as such was good. So in the first double-blinded live high, train low study performed, no single measure of performance was increased. And of course we asked ourselves why. That was strange. We started to dig into the literature. Would it be a time issue? How long time does it actually take for HB mass to increase with altitude acclimatization? The answers to this question were super vague years ago, and therefore we decided to go to this altitude facility in the Swiss Alps. And I know most of you will say that, oh yeah, Carsten, this is way too high for altitude training. This will never work. But the idea was that if you live in Leadville in the US at 3,100 meters, you do have an increased red cell mass. If we would not see an increase after 4 weeks of exposure to this altitude, then at least we would know that it wasn't due to a too low altitude. We wanted to see how long time does it take. So these are normal students, these are not athletes, and we took students because, well, they're easier to work with and there's still room for improvement, so to say. Here they have 850 grams of hemoglobin, or 842, and they can still go to 1,000. There's room for improvement, right? We measured their HB mass every 4th day during the altitude acclimatization period, and as you can see, this arrow here indicates that after 20 days, we have a 5% increase in hemoglobin mass from 842 to 880 grams. It takes 3 weeks if you spend your entire time at 3,450 meters. It's a lot. This, of course, suggests that if you go to a lake somewhere in the Austrian Alps at 1,700 meters for 14 days in order to have an increase in red cell mass, it will not happen. This slide looks horrible, but it's from the exact same study. Here you have 2 more time points. It says return to sea level 7 and return to sea level 14. This is 7 and 14 days upon return to sea level in Zurich. And what you can see here, the average figure shows that after 7 days you have a loss of hemoglobin mass, and after 14 days it's completely gone. So if you have the intent to go to altitude and then go somewhere else for competition with this higher hemoglobin mass, you need to go there pretty rapidly. 14 days and it's finito. I have 3 or 5 more minutes of one more study here, and although I have a negative feedback from my stomach that it's lunchtime, I think I will get my act together and push through. We did another live high, train low study because of various reasons. Here we took, as you can see, these proud Norwegians. We took Norwegian cross-country skiers, and the average VO2 max of these guys was 74. So they're fit guys. If you do live high, train low studies, you should do these in fit individuals because it's not relevant whether it works in me or in Gunnar. So we took these young folks from Lillehammer sea level and took them to Chamonix in France and divided them in a group that lived and trained at sea level and a group that lived at high altitude but trained together with the other group at sea level. This is of course not blinded. It is impossible to blind someone being exposed to 2,200 meters. We chose this altitude because it is proposed to be the optimal altitude for altitude training. You can see there's a cable here somewhere in the back. That's a lift. So the subjects could take the lift up and walk down here in a few minutes, and it was actually pretty easy. And due to the fact that they took the lift, we can easily access the time that they spent at altitude because we simply look at the tickets that they punched. So it's on average, they spent a little less than 18 hours per day up here for a month. We did 3,000-meter running tests indoor, and we did these indoor because it's an air-conditioned facility, not to have influences of weather and this and that. We did VO2 max tests, and the guy doing the VO2 max test was blinded. He did not know if the subjects lived at altitude or whether they lived at sea level. We paired the athletes so that they trained together, an altitude guy and a sea level guy or girl. We had 2 or 3 girls with us. So all training was done together, and therefore it was also equal. These are the results. Here you have the hemoglobin mass. So this is what transport oxygen. If you do altitude training, the intent would usually be to increase red cell mass and thereby exercise performance. You will see here that with 27 days, there is a slight increase in HB mass of approximately 3%, but in both groups. There's no difference in HB mass at any time point between the 2 groups. Here you have it's the same figure, and here it's simply as a percentage. You will see it's increased, I said 3%, so it's probably 3.5%. But the increase is similar in both groups. This suggests so far a training camp lasting a month is an effective way in increasing your HB mass. These are the VO2 maxes. they follow the same pattern. You have a slight increase in HB mass following the camp. It's similar in both groups, so it doesn't matter whether you live at altitude or at sea level. Running time performance, 3,000 meter running performance time is decreased in both groups. So a decreased running time performance means they run faster, correct? But it's similar between both groups. I would not recommend live high, train low to elite endurance athletes, since it does not convincingly increase performance in elite athletes. It should also be remembered that live high, train low may limit other important factors for elite performance. The whole traveling business may become annoying at some point, and so on and so on. On the other hand, I must also say this is from a scientific perspective. And I would say that if you have an athlete that believes that altitude training works, well, placebo is great. By all means, go ahead. What we are working on the next years will be to do not live high, train low, but to do. I think that live high, train high may be functional, and for this. I will skip this. For this, we will go to much higher altitudes that have been done previously. We would do live high, train high at 3,500 meters. Usually, coaches will say, no, this will never work. Recovery and so on may be hampered, but I don't think so. This is what we will do, 3,500 meters for a month. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your smart presentation. I think we should take time for some questions. There's already one question here in the second row.
Thank you, Carsten. As you know, I'm a big admirer of your work, and your papers over the years have been fabulous. But I have a real concern with your interpretation in some ways, because you leave the impression that altitude doesn't work. I think I would like to convince you to change your interpretation of your own data in the literature to say that live high, train low doesn't work as it usually is used. Because I've spent my whole career studying the East Africans, and that's why I liked your last slide. Your last slide for me was the most important one, where you're saying that you need to go higher. What the East Africans have been doing, and that's why we can't compete against them, is they live high and they train higher. They've been doing that. Haile Gebrselassie lives at 2,400. He trains at 3,100. So when we say that altitude doesn't work, we really cause a problem. And just to finish off...
I completely agree with you, Giannis, but I said live high, train low.
But
I think that's a problem.
People get,
and the last slide that I wanted to show, but that we skipped, is that in studies that we have done, uncontrolled studies with no control group, and so on and so on, the worst studies you can do, we do see a slight increase in hemoglobin mass if you do live high, train high, and this is why we want to continue this in a scientific manner.
No, but we are saying almost the same thing, but your interpretation is very different. Like you said, you don't recommend elite athletes, endurance athletes go to altitude. Well, I would like to make a statement.
No, I said live high, train low.
Okay, then I misinterpret, then that's okay, because I would like to make a statement that let's take, because I don't have much experience in rowing, but in distance running, any elite athlete in distance running, take the marathon, who's living and training at sea level and is competitive, I would argue is doping. There's no other way. That's the extreme I would go, because total hemoglobin mass is so very, very important. Mm-hmm. Your comment on that?
So what is your I didn't understand what the question was actually.
The question was that total hemoglobin mass, obviously, is key,
yes.
But to achieve those levels, we need to be competitive.
Yes.
If you are a sea-level athlete, because you're from a sea-level country, you have to go somewhere to increase that, and going for maybe significant amount of times, and maybe higher.
So, okay, let me rephrase it then. Live high, train low, how it is recommended today. 2,500 meters for whatever hours, for whatever weeks. I find the scientific evidence for this very, very low. If you move to Colorado for 3 months, I think it may actually work.
Okay, thanks. Another question?
I like the debate with you because we always end up drinking a beer in the end. I need a few more times before I totally agree, but if you're talking about the modern concept, there have been a few studies, or about 15 in the last 5 years, with recent other methods, using methods that could be used in rowing, with repeated sprint training in hypoxia, with a meta-analysis, including one of your studies, showing a 2% increase in the end in performance. So it's not magic, but do you think those adaptations at the muscular level could be something to that altitude could trigger?
So as Raphael correctly points out, there have been numerous studies lately on repeated sprint performance conducted in hypoxia versus in normoxia. And many studies suggest that this increases performance dramatically, I would say, correct? And if you have those increases in performance following such a... So we know if you train in a hypoxic environment versus in a normoxic environment, your peripheral adaptations within the skeletal muscle are far greater. Instead of having, for example, 30% more mitochondria, you may end up having 40% more mitochondria. Whether this is important for exercise performance, yes, I do think so that it is. On the other hand, there are also studies, and so we have conducted one, for example, there where we see no effects of this type of training. I'm not sure whether, so from a practical point of view, whether repeated sprint training would work in rowing. I guess it would, actually. Yes, because you had the ergometer like this and you could put it like this, yes. I mean, you could, what would I think? Our own data does not suggest so. Overall, if you look at the meta-analysis, it does look like it may work. So I will have to swallow that one and say that the majority of studies suggest that it works, yes.
Short question and comment. First a comment. We measured 20 years ago that stroke volume was changed after the high train low. So it's not only blood volume would respond. Maybe you don't study everything which is changing by training. This is the one thing, and the other thing is maybe the reality of training is different from you do as a scientist, is different from those who doing high altitude training. Maybe the subjects are other selected. You may have subjects which are not used to high altitude training, and maybe Great Britain rowing, British, they do high altitude training now for 20 years or so, and you cannot say they are not successful. It's not a controlled study.
No, as I said, if the athlete believes in it.
No, it's not belief, it's proof. Partly that they have a high performance. And this is something we have to also to admit. Meta-analysis tell the one story. I advised also German rowing not to go to the altitude, but for other reasons. But I think that there's also studies showing that it works, but it works not in every condition with every athlete and with every training.
So first you ask whether stroke volume was changed, and yes, I mean, here I limited the talk to very few physiological parameters, but of course if you change blood volume, you will change stroke volume, and we have seen this before also, and yes, it correlates very well with the changes in especially plasma volume, where you have the greatest changes. Plasma volume at altitude changes 20%, red cell mass a few percent. In our studies, so we don't tell the subjects how to train. This is done by their trainer, and they're done so in parallel based on the previous training that they did at home. So I don't pretend to know anything about how an elite athlete should train, and hence we have their trainer taking care of this. As I said also in the last slide here, when we went to high altitude and measured the increase in HP mass in elite Swedish cross-country skiers, we do see an increase in performance, just as the British Rowing Federation probably does, but there's no control group. So it could be simply the fact of them being at a training camp. We don't know whether it's due to altitude training as such. And for me, as a scientist, that is what I look at.
Okay, we have one last question before we will close the session.
Thank you, Carsten, for very interesting data. Definitely you have made a major effort